8:30 a.m. I call the April 19th Finance Committee Council Workshop to order and ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Alternate Member Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Here.
And Chairperson Wright.
Here. We all stand and pledge allegiance to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Anybody in the public have any public comment on anything that's not on the agenda? You have 3 minutes. Mr. Murphy.
Good morning, City Manager, City Council. Appreciate you guys having us this morning. You know, since we're not technically on the agenda, I just wanted to come here this morning and greet you all, and more importantly, talk about something I think that's really urgent we can all do together. We want to thank you for being involved. I'm here representing Graffiti USA Museum. My name's Chris Murphy. I live on Edgebrook, longtime Modestan, and we want to do something now that really will take us into the next level of our community. We appreciate being included in the first round, but since we have applied for the last time, a couple of changes have happened at the museum, which are all positive. One thing is economic development, super important. Anything you invest in, you want to make sure you get your money back. Number two, you want to show that there's something that can be built right here in our community that's going to change the demographics of the community, and that's something that we're uniquely positioned. We will change the perception of Modesto, not here in town, but outside. We're already having that impact now. The Modesto's cruise culture has changed because of what we're doing with the Almond Blossom Cruise. The Modesto Marathon used the cruise as their theme, so we're already changing perceptions, and we're only partially open. What's happened since we applied last time is we have been designated a California Welcome Center. This is an urgent request because we want to be open before Graffiti Summer starts. We have to build it. We have to accelerate our plans. We've got over 30 companies working with us in partnership to build this thing. We have donors across the community for a 5-year build out. However, we've got to make this welcome station happen, because if we do, signs on the freeway show up. We'll be promoted by the state of California. The only other welcome station is in Fairfield at the Jelly Belly factory, and we can represent Central California, and it can happen as early as June for Graffiti Summer. So what we want to do is we've proven that we are a community gatherer. Organizations are using our facilities, Stanislaus County, the City of Modesto, Kiwanis, service groups. We've had national tours come through here. The Good Guys car tour brought people from all over the world or the United States to Modesto because there was a graffiti museum. So those things are happening already, so we've delivered. One thing we want to do is make sure that those travel and tourism people spend the night. That's the game changer. The museum and what we're offering downtown will make people spend the night here, which changes the economic multipliers of what we're doing. We want to open that door to travel and tourism. We are also working closely with the City of Modesto on the whole North 9th Street redevelopment and streetscape. So our team is already working with the city to beautify North 9th and extend the reach of downtown Modesto up North 9th, our historic 99 highway. And so we've already had matching requests tied to what, if we can get on the second round of ARPA is what we're requesting. We are requesting $500,000 from the second round of ARPA, and that will be matched by a donor in our community. We will build this. We will deliver directly back to this community. It's an investment. You'll have something to show for it. We'll be proud of what we're doing, and our brand of Cruise Modesto and what we are will go nationwide thanks to being a welcome station. So that's what's different. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we appreciate it being included in the resolution this afternoon.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Chris.
Any other public comment? Mr. Sanders, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. John Sanders, lifelong member of the City of Modesto, past chair of the Graffiti Museum and the current board member of the Graffiti USA Classic Car Museum. First of all, I want to thank the generosity of the city in the past for helping the museum move along as well as it has. This museum has come from donations of all sorts. The city's been a big part of that. Local businesses have been a huge part of that. And we have a need for continuing for the city support, financial support. We just completed a fire sprinkler system, which was a little over $250,000. We're getting ready to do bathrooms, permanent bathrooms, heating, cooling, you name it. I think all of you have been out to the museum. You've seen that it's a structure. Every dollar that goes into that museum from donations goes into bricks and mortar, so to speak. We have no paid people. It's all volunteers. And so every dollar that the city and others donate goes to some particular item to make the museum move forward. So I just thank you for your past support, and I hope you'll see fit to continue to support us with your consideration of today and moving forward beyond today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next. Mr. Russell, welcome.
So Cecil Russell, and I'm a board member of the Graffiti Museum, also the executive director, general manager of the facility. So a couple of key things that I want to tell you. First of all, like the other two speakers, I want to thank you for the first round of funding that the city was able to garner for us to do the work that we've done. John mentioned that it's about $250,000. It's actually, we spent the $500,000 is the sprinkler system was a lot more involved than what we actually believed originally, and plus the reinforcement of all the trusses in that. So we spent $500,000 so far on that, and we've spent probably another $200,000-300,000 on other improvements that you would never notice. They're all infrastructure type things. And I think one of the key things about the investment of that money is it's all spent locally. So, some of the other projects and stuff that have happened around here, we have to go outside to do that, whether it be the city doing it or other people. But all of the contractors and people that we've used have all been local craftsmen in that. And when I say local, not just here in Modesto, but probably as far as Oakdale and that. And I think that's important that, as Chris mentioned, when we invest the money locally. And so it turns over because it creates income for those companies, for their employees and that. But this game changer that actually has only occurred over the last 3 or 4 months for the California Welcome Center will be a huge game changer to get people into Modesto. And to me, the museum, what I think a lot of people lose sight of, it's not just about a building with cars. It's about economic development, and it starts with tourism. And so from the tourism standpoint, we bring people in, and our goal is to keep them here. So we would really appreciate if we could get some additional help from you to complete our tasks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecil.
Anyone else in public comment? Anybody online? I don't see anyone online. So we will close public comment at this time and move on to deferred maintenance presentation. Welcome, Lori.
Good morning.
And I might add that we have Councilmember Chris Rickey is online and has posted, I believe. Is that true? And then has the mayor posted? Have we heard? No.
She has no.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lori.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Finance Committee.
Morning.
Chris asked, Mayor asked.
All right. So this morning, we're going to start out the budget workshops with a presentation on deferred maintenance. Again, my name's Lori Smith. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods. So we'll just start out with the number. The total estimated deferred maintenance for parks and facilities in our department is $106.7 million. Just an overview of what our department inventory is. It includes 76 parks, 54 playgrounds, 55 restrooms, 31 soccer fields, 33 tennis courts. We have pickleball courts. Of course, all of that includes parking lots, shade structures, 17 miles of Class 1 trails, 5 community centers, 5 rental facilities, 3 historical properties, 2 golf courses, a convention center, and of course, John Thurman Field. And this is a map that shows that we have over 1,246 acres of green space that include our 76 parks. Those are the green rectangle or square-shaped boxes throughout the map. Our park system includes 2 regional parks, 8 community parks, 54 neighborhood parks, and 12 parks identified as parks or parklets, in addition to 9 trails. So for our park system alone, the deferred maintenance is approximately $83.2 million, and it includes items such as restrooms, concrete repair or replacement, playground replacement, tree maintenance, park lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, our ball fields, soccer fields, turf and irrigation systems, ADA improvements, signs, benches, and picnic tables. So we'll go through these one at a time real briefly. The deferred maintenance on our ADA improvements, which includes repairs and improvements at all our park amenities to make them accessible for the disabled, is approximately $4.4 million. This includes new pathways, ramps to existing park features, benches, picnic tables, playgrounds, and more to ensure they're ADA accessible. And it should be noted here that when we do the Measure H presentation, you'll see that there's a proposed item to begin addressing this in 12 parks in the coming year. Turf reductions and irrigation systems. The turf reduction deferred maintenance is approximately $5.3 million, and turf and irrigation renovation is over $18 million. Many of the irrigation systems in our older parks are in need of replacement. There's quite a few areas in our parks that we could reduce water by eliminating turf altogether. We did receive ARPA funding of approximately $225,000, which will complete turf removal in 4 of our parks, Chrysler, Marin Estates, Orchard, and Isla Loma. That'll save us over $4.2 million of, not dollars, 4.2 gallons of water annually. And we're also working with our friends in utility for an urban drought grant that'll expand that number of parks that we're able to remove turf from the 4 I just mentioned to 14. In addition to that, the Prop 68 grant we have for Chavez and Martin Luther King, as well as, we'll do irrigation repair with the Prop 68 for Chavez and King Park, and then we're working with utilities on the Pike Park project. In our, deferred maintenance in our playgrounds is approximately $6.9 million, and this includes the repair or replacement of damaged, deteriorated, and removed playgrounds. There's currently 20 playgrounds in our park systems that are older than 20 years of age, and it should be noted that a playground begins to significantly deteriorate between 20 and 25 years after installation. Again, during the Measure H presentation, you'll see that there's a proposal for playground equipment replacement at 8 parks in the coming year. So with regard to our play courts, which include tennis, basketball, volleyball, and horseshoes, there's a deferred maintenance estimate of approximately $6.43 million, and this is for the repair of damaged and deteriorated play courts. All of our 33 tennis courts are in need of repair. We currently have an MOU with Modesto City Schools for the resurfacing of Davis and Downey, and that includes 12 courts. I believe Downey has already been completed. And we have requested in the Measure H a funding proposal to resurface the remaining 21 tennis courts in the coming year. You should also be aware that resurfacing is a temporary solution. It is expected to last approximately 5 years before another resurfacing or full replacement is required. But the benefit of resurfacing now is that we can get all the courts to an acceptable playing level and then work on longer-term solutions. Restrooms. Our deferred maintenance for restrooms is approximately $9 million, and this is for the repair of damaged and deteriorated restrooms. You probably remember from my inventory list that we have 55 restrooms in our 76 parks, and there are at least 15 of them that are in need of replacement, removal, or major repair. You can see from these pictures some of the damage that our park restrooms are experiencing, which include rusting in some of our metal restrooms and dry rot on the roofs and general damage as a whole. In the Measure H funding, we are proposing to replace 3 restrooms in the coming year, and those are at Mark Twain, Robertson Road, and Griseda. Sports fields and lighting. The sports fields repair and renovation is estimated at approximately $4.5 million, and then park lighting is over $14 million. Most of our sports fields are in need of major repairs or replacement, and you can see that on the pictures in this slide. Lighting in the park, which includes sports court lighting, has been vandalized or needs to be augmented with additional lights for safety. We have proposed Measure H funding to get lights back up and running at all the tennis courts, and currently have lighting to add security lighting through 4 of our parks, Chrysler, Robertson Road, Pike, and Marshall, in the coming year. Shade structures and picnic pavilions have a deferred maintenance amount of approximately $1.4 million, and this amount will cover the repair of damaged and deteriorated shade structures and picnic pavilions. There are currently 3 shade structures that are in need of replacement at Downey Davis and East Loma, and we're currently working on a project that is funded by grants and local funds to replace the shade structure at Downey Park. Concrete walkways is approximately $4.2 million, and this includes the repair of damaged walkways and ADA improvements. This is on pathways, ramps, tripping hazards, and we are proposing Measure H funding to start addressing these problems in 12 of our parks in the coming year. Park trees has a deferred maintenance estimate of approximately $1.6 million. All of the parks have dead or unhealthy trees that need attention due to the years of drought and minimal watering. In addition, the park trees are maturing in general, and some need thinning just to remain healthy. We were able to complete tree maintenance in about 10 parks this year as a result of ARPA funding, and we did do an additional 5 parks as a result of the Quick Win Measure H approved by Council earlier this year. In the Measure H funding proposal coming up later this morning, we are proposing to address an additional 30 parks over the next fiscal year. Parking lots. Our parking lots are in serious need of repair. The estimated amount is $4.4 million. All of the parking lots in our park system need repairs, replacement, or resurfacing. We're currently working to replace Downey parking lot, and that is as a result of ARPA funding approved in Phase 1, and you will see some Measure H proposed funding for restriping, resurfacing of 6 additional parking lots in the coming year. Signs and benches, deferred maintenance on signs is approximately just short of $1 million. Benches and table is $1.4 million, and there will be some Measure H funding proposed later this morning to address some of those issues. And then we will move on to the other areas of our facilities. As you can see, we have the community centers, rental facilities, historical properties, Center Plaza, John Thurman, and the golf courses. So our community centers, rental facilities, and historical properties, our community centers have an estimate of approximately $1.4 million. You can see the facilities that includes on the slide. Rental facilities are approximately 1.3, and the historical properties an estimate of over $3 million. The Measure H funding that you'll hear more about later has a proposal to renovate Maddox Youth Center at the same time that Chavez Park is undergoing its Prop 68 renovation. In addition, all of these facilities will be part of the Public Works Facility Assessment that I believe has been referenced. The Modesto Center Plaza has approximately $4.9 million in deferred maintenance. You can see the list of items that need to be addressed. This certainly isn't complete, does not include the roof. There are other things that I'm sure we're not aware of due to the age of the building, but it'll be included in the facility assessment, and so we can get a more accurate number. All right. John Thurman Field. John Thurman Field, everyone knows, is quite old and has undergone 2 renovations over the last 25 years that I know of. And the estimate on that is quite large, between $2 and $10 million. Obviously, there are a lot of factors that will influence that, and we are in negotiations at this time, so we're not prepared to identify a solid number on that. Municipal golf courses. As you know, Muni is no longer operating as a golf course, so we only have Dryden and Creekside. Dryden estimate is approximately $2.7 million of deferred maintenance. That does not include the clubhouse. A new clubhouse was being built and is in the design phase, and then Creekside $1 million. And you can see the items that it includes: irrigation, tree maintenance, restrooms, as well as parking lot. So this is an estimate of all the ADA upgrades needed at the various facilities. You can see the total is $2.6 million, and the individual amounts for each facility are identified on the slide. This will also be included in the facility assessment being conducted by Public Works. So our total is $106.7 million. This is the breakdown for it. Quite an overwhelming amount. We clearly don't have the funding for all of this, but we do have some funding sources that are going to assist. As you know, every year the city, as a result of its agreement with the Nuts, contributes $120,000 for capital improvements. We did receive some ARPA funding, both in Phase 1 and Phase 2, to address some of these issues. I've referenced them in the slide. And we are requesting funding from Measure H, both for the deferred maintenance. We're requesting 6.1. We'll talk in more detail about that later. And then the current tree maintenance request of $750,000. So the total of funding that we are identifying is $10.9 million. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lori. Are there any questions from committee members? Go ahead.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rosa. You have any questions?
Well, that's such, yeah. So Lori, wow. So I like your last slide where you break down the need in terms of funding buckets. Do you have a priority list? As you were going through them all, I was creating my own priority of what I thought would be a priority. So you have a priority list, and is that how you're going about trying to secure the funding? Top priority first and then down the road?
So we do have a list, and it breaks these items down by age of the equipment, what the level of severity is, and those items are used in discussion with the city manager's office as we put together a list of things that we're going to tackle first. In addition to that, my staff has put together both a 5-year plan to address the deferred maintenance, as well as a 5-year preventative maintenance plan to help avoid getting into this situation in the future. So yes.
So what is the total cost of your priority list?
I can bring that back.
It's maybe a quarter or a half of your.
So what we're
10
proposing for the first year for deferred maintenance is $6.1 million.
We'll see. Joe said we'll see that in the Measure H presentation. Okay,
Correct.
perhaps all that will come out more later on in the day. Okay, thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Lori. I have one question real quick before I turn it over to Chris. Councilmember Ricky, is your ADA one of your top priorities?
Yes.
That's one of the top, good.
That's $2.6 million ADA. That's great. I'm glad to see that's one of your top priorities. Councilmember Chris Rickey, please.
Thanks, Chair. So just, I guess overall, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this, is like the goal just kind of to rebuild everything that we've got already? Is that kind of what you're saying here?
Well, the purpose of this presentation is to identify for the council what the total cost of deferred maintenance is in the park system. Our approach is to address those with the greatest need and do it in a 5 to 7 year plan. Is it 7 or 5? 5.
That sounds good. I think that sounds right to me. I'm just not sure overall if the right strategy is just to rebuild what we've got. I think it's kind of going to sound strange, but I think it's actually an opportunity for us to analyze the current usage of the different kinds of amenities that we offer at the parks. For example, if certain sports, like the horseshoe pit's a good example at the Boy Scout clubhouse, right? There was a horseshoe pit there. In the 40s and 50s and 60s of the last century, horseshoes were extremely popular. And then they just kind of sat vacant for 40 years where no one used them, right? And so I think that we have an opportunity here, rather than maybe fixing a bunch of fields that maybe aren't being used, we could, instead of investing millions of dollars to bring those back, we could find the uses of today for those fields to get more activity in our parks. Because right now we have a lot of parks that just basically aren't used much, and that tend to be overrun by bad activity sometimes. So anyway, I think that Measure H is just this money is an opportunity for us to kind of invest in the future. And I'm also very concerned about the idea of investing in John Thurman Field, or even considering it right now, because I'm not sure that we have a commitment from the baseball team to play for us long term. So investing millions of dollars in that facility seems questionable to me. I think we should really think about that. And I also think we need to explore new ideas. I've been talking for over a year about the idea of doing public-private partnerships in parks that can create income for our parks and activity. And this hasn't happened yet. So I'm looking for at least some kind of permission or some kind of infrastructure there so that we can create those kind of partnerships again to create more activity and more use of our parks, rather than kind of just trying to turn the clock back. That's all I have, Chair. Thanks.
Councilmember Scruder-Brayton.
Thanks. I want to go back to turf reduction and irrigation systems. $18,490,000 was the ask for turf and irrigation renovation. What did you say was the plan for those parks that have grass? Was it to keep the grass and improve the irrigation system, or was it to eventually replace the majority of the grass with an alternative turf solution?
So some of the parks, we will be, turf replacement will take place in the removal of turf. Some of the parks that will not occur, and so the evaluation will be based on what's the usage of the park, what's the usage of water, where will we have the most benefit with the turf replacement. Our goal is certainly not to impact the use of the park and the pleasurability by taking out turf where it's a playable surface. So there will be an evaluation. And so we will be doing some irrigation replacement, such as at Chavez and Dr. Martin Luther King as a result of the Prop 68 grants. But there will be turf replacement at up to at least 14 parks in this current round of funding proposals.
Okay, and when is it likely that we'll do this analysis of the park?
Well, it's ongoing.
Oh, it's ongoing.
And we can get you more information about the criteria that my staff is using when they identify areas where they are recommending the removal of the grass and replacement with some sort of substance, whether it be bark or mulch.
How much do we pay for water to irrigate our lawns at our 76 parks a
So
year?
we water twice a week, at $1.2 million.
$1.2 million to water twice a week at our parks.
At all of our parks, and that is not adequate to maintain not just the grass, but the trees are really what have been suffering as a result of that twice a week watering program. So in this year's budget, we did propose an increase, and I believe that's Measure H as well, to increase the watering 3 times a week and increase the budget by $500,000.
Thank you. No more questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember? I want to make a note here on public comment. Ask any of the public that has any comments to write them down. Right before we break for lunch, I'll ask for any public comment on any presentation that we have had today, and then I'll do the same thing this afternoon at the end of this afternoon's session. Also, I want to make a note for the record. I did receive one public comment on email, and I have forwarded that on to staff for them to look at. So thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Next up, Bill, Public Works.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Bill Sandhu, Public Works Director. We're going to go over Public Works related deferred maintenance, and here's the total. Deferred maintenance, $114.7 million. We will go over some of the individual deferred maintenance. Airport, $242,000, which is, there is a project, ongoing project to address both of these issues, painting of hangars and crack sealing. So ongoing project is addressing this deferred maintenance. Traffic engineering. So here's some inventory of our traffic engineering infrastructure. Over 12,000 streetlights citywide, 160 traffic signals, and over 29,000 traffic signs, and over 1,300 miles of lane lines. That is kind of highlights of inventory. And we also keep upgrading our pedestrian crossing infrastructure. So now we have 90 flashing beacons, that's overhead, and there's a project putting additional 10 flashing beacons per pedestrian crossing. So street light deferred repairs, some of the major areas of concern is we still have 1,000 painted street light poles. These are back from 60s and 70s, and we do see failure of these poles here and there during our rainy season, during windy season. That's about $3,500 a pole, $3.5 million. So next one of the concerned area is, again, the good news in this area is being addressed. This is high voltage street light circuits. We started with 735 high voltage lights. We converted over 500 so far, and the council authorized $1 million a year. We've been doing this for the last 3 years, I believe. 180 lights remaining. My hope is by end of next year we will have all of those replaced. That's kind of good news, and that was a really high voltage. When I say it, I mean somewhere around 2,400, 2,500 volts. So good news is we're getting very close to finish line on this project. Again, this high voltage, we started this project in 2019, 552 lights converted, 180 remaining. My goal is this year and next year get this completed. Signals, we talked a little bit yesterday. The biggest thing we wanted to do here is in the city, the signals communicate with each other, and we have most up-to-date modern detection system which we've been putting in. And so just one of the biggest item in this signal area is traffic signal poles non-standard. So state changes their standards time to time, and we still have some old signal poles that need to be basically upgraded. That's about $5.4 million. This is one of the projects we do as we go. We get some state and federal grants. Different maintenance there is about $6.8 million. And signage and striping. Here's 1,350 lane miles. Our goal is ongoing basis to keep upgrading our traffic signs to current standards and striping to current standards. If you noticed, our current standard is 6-inch striping rather than 4-inch that used to be in the past. It's more safety and also to accommodate autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles also. So that's a new standard. So even upgrading that, we made significant improvements in this area, progress in this area, but a long ways to go. So this is another project. Again, the pedestrian crossings, when one of our biggest, the safety is when biggest priority for all modes of transportation, pedestrian, bicyclists, and vehicles. So one of the projects we took over a few years ago is upgrading to more modern, highly visible above ground flashing beacon. So this is there's a project that we have 10 more that we wanted to convert. Those are in-road lighting. Those are very ineffective. That's kind of old technology. We still have some of them that we like to convert in. Okay, so this is the total for traffic engineering, $18.9 million for all the projects that we went through. Street operations, here's inventory of our street. As you can see, we are a big city, 1,378 miles of curb gutter and over 1,366 lane miles of pavement, and sidewalk, over 1,400 miles of sidewalk. Some of the major funding sources are So one thing here you will notice, the cost to bring streets to good condition, $583 million. I divide this into two categories. One is the pavement, basically the pavement blacktop that we drive on. The other one is accessories. That's your sidewalk, curb gutter, sidewalk, traffic signals, lights, and striping. Those are accessories. So what we're going through is accessories. That's the total for payment to bring the PCI, which is Payment Condition Index, to mid-70s. That's our goal. We're in mid-60s. That's a good progress from 5 years ago. That's when we were in mid-50s for our PCI, Payment Condition Index. The goal is in 70s. So 70s will be pretty good, in a good condition. So we're making a lot of progress in this area as far as the payment goes. That's how we measure the health of payments, how the payment looks like. Deferred maintenance in the street repairs is this doesn't include bringing PCI to 72. This is just basically, you see, where vehicles stop and accelerate, that's where you see a lot of damage on our streets. Wheel rods, wheel dig outs and repair them. That is, we just started that project last year, so we're making some progress, but that's where we have one of the biggest deferred maintenance in our city. Curb gutter and sidewalk. So we have over 81,000 street trees, and trees do cause damage to a sidewalk that you can see in the pictures. So we currently have backlog of 5,900 sections of sidewalk that needs to be removed and replaced. over 5,000, 5,900. Those are pretty much documented and prioritized and ready to go. So we, at the current contract prices to do about 500 remove and replace sections of sidewalk is about $1.8 million. So in order for us to clear entire backlog, over $18 million, somewhere $18 to $20 million to clear entire backlog of 5,900. You will see some of this request coming in Measure H, enhancement request. And on top of 5,900, we get somewhere between 200 to 400 new work orders every year. So those also get documented in the system. So some of, you can see in 2014, the things were really, the offsets were becoming really serious issue, and they were liability and tripping hazard. Council authorized some of the asphalt patching, and that's what we've been doing since 2014. Our goal moving forward is to stop this practice or change this practice to more replacing with the concrete. But you will see that request coming to you as part of Measure H. Third, just pretty much, we talked about 5,900 current backlog and 300 to 400 work orders annually for new sidewalk replacement that we see every year, and they get documented. So total deferred maintenance repairs is this is to bring increased PCI for streets. PCI is again pavement condition index, which is a measure of how the pavement looks like. For example, completely dirt street will be 0 and 100 will be newly built good street. Parking surfaces, the parking does have some deferred maintenance, or a lot of deferred maintenance actually in this case. You can see some of the major things, some of the actually the things involved in just kind of summarize. Elevators, when one of the bigger issues for all garages. ADA access is when some of the challenges, the parking lots need to be paved and or slurried. Expansion joints on our parking garages, the painting on parking garages. So some of those, the structural deficit is also there. And also some of the challenges we see in our elevators is vandalism, not only in the elevators, also on the gate, on that the pedestrian overcrossing that connects to hotel on 9th Street. We see a lot of vandalism. So I think there are areas that we can put some vandal-proof lighting and some of other infrastructure. Also, these elevators need to be upgraded. Also, park system, upgrade and install park system. Park system is basically parking access revenue control system. That's the gates when you go in and get out and how you pay it. That's pretty much that's old system, very old technology that needs to be upgraded. And there is yesterday we mentioned there is a study that's underway, and we'll bring additional recommendations to you. And other couple of important things, fire suppression system also need to be upgraded at some point. Lighting fixtures, we made a lot of progress for upgrading some of our garage lights to LED, but there's still a lot more to go. You see painting and ADA upgrades. ADA upgrades are at about $729,000. The garage painting is about $490,000, $500,000. The deferred maintenance, so total deferred maintenance in our parking system is over $10 million. Okay, and next one, we gonna move into buildings. Public Works maintains all our city buildings. That's about over 98 buildings. in parks, fire, all other utilities, and public works. All the buildings that Public Works is responsible for maintaining. There's inventory there. Sorry, there is inventory there. So about 17 Public Works building, 37 utilities, PRN, fire stations. That's about 98 buildings that we maintain. So one thing we have not done citywide, assessed our buildings, a deep assessment or facilities condition analysis. So this, you will see this request coming as part of Measure H, because otherwise, if we allocate $1 million here, $500,000 here, that doesn't get us where we want to. We want to present you 5 to 10 years roadmap on all of our facilities. Okay, here's how it's prioritized. So that's what the facility condition analysis is supposed to be doing after it's approved. We will bring it back that here's what we need to do our facilities, all of our buildings in next 5 to 10 years. So that's what the facilities condition analysis is. It will be coming to you as an enhancement for Measure H. So Corporation Yard, as you can see, it was built in 60s. Some of the buildings were built in 60s and 70s and haven't been upgraded since then. One of the biggest thing is a lot of buildings there at the Corporation need to be re-roofed, and roof needs to be replaced, and some of other accessories, including gutters, need to be upgraded or replaced. Restrooms and the securities, when also a lot of times when we have the fence we have has been cut several times, and we need to get the fence upgraded to enhance the security also. Security, lighting, and also, one of the projects we've been working on is getting some information about enhancing the security, and we done analysis because there's been a lot of vandalism at the courtyard. That happens on a regular basis. So this will be one of the projects. We'll bring it back to you in the future. Other transportation facilities, just some minor improvements. Transit center went through major improvements, and it's just pretty much getting updated. And it's still, you can see Amtrak station needs some upgrades, and courtyard, and also a transit center, that's AD upgrades. The transit center, my hope is with the project we have, all the upgrades will be finished. Building services, one of about the total deferred maintenance, $1.6 million plus. Once we have the facilities condition analysis done, we'll bring back complete list of deferred maintenance and priorities. Compost facilities, this is one of the facilities we have. That is to comply with state laws, and we take all of our green waste and organics and turn into compost. And some of the equipment needs, some of this is being addressed as part of implementation for SB 1383. So some of this, I would say, is being addressed because we're doing a study there to also bring it back to the council, the priorities for the compost facility upgrades. Site infrastructure needs, infrastructure also needs to be upgraded there to comply with the state law. But again, this is also, we'll bring details back to you after that phasing plan is completed, which should be coming in next 4 to 6 months. Total repairs at compost facilities, and also landfills, so they never go away. So we have a couple of landfills. They were operated in 50s and 60s. Gear Road and Carpenter, pretty much the new regulations come up, and the more And there are newer requirements, and we keep working on those. One of the goal is for us to at least get Carpenter landfill completed, and there'll be ongoing monitoring. So landfills, you can see the deferred maintenance. There's some more work need to be done for Carpenter before we go into ongoing repairs. It's about $800,000. And summary, here's total upgrades, and you can see some of the areas are smaller. Our bigger concerns are sidewalk. Also, the forest is not included here. In traffic, there is some deferred maintenance, but we've been very successful in grants addressing some of that. Parking is concern, also a big concern. That concludes Public Works. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
No, sir.
Yes.
I do. Thank you for that presentation. Again, numbers are astronomical, no surprise. But just the Parks and Rec and the Public Works presentation has really emphasized to me the need for all these deferred maintenance items to be listed in priority and presented to us in priority, and an action plan of when we need to tackle them. There's some things in here that I see are public health and safety items, and of course I would imagine those would be the top of the priority list. But so I really hope we can do that. If not for, well, we do need to do that for these items, period. I wish we had them for this presentation, but I hope at some time soon we could see them in a list of priorities, and then a plan on how to achieve the top priorities. The ones that really stand out to me from your presentation are the ADA improvement facility needs, particularly with the Amtrak station for $68,000 and the transportation center for $50,000. I cannot see any reason why we can't get those done. And in fact, I'm really concerned that they're listed at all. So I hope we could really dedicate some focus in that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chris Rickey.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to also just back up Rosa here on Councilmember Escudero-Brayton here on the importance of prioritizing and communicating with us what your priorities are. The numbers are overwhelming, and we can't afford to fix that many things in a very quick manner, right? So it's going to be critical to, for us as a community and as a council and as a government to wrestle with the best ways to improve the places that need it most, like what Councilmember Escudero-Brayton was talking about in terms of ADA at the transit centers and stuff, right? So I'm hopeful that we can do that. Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Just real briefly, so this presentation is just mainly highlighting where the needs are. One of the things that we are doing, particularly in Bill's area, is the Facility Condition Index. That study in and of itself will help us identify and prioritize those various areas. With respect to parks, we do have that identified. You're going to see us, when we do the Measure H presentation, those priorities are really going to come to light when you see them there. So this is a process that we've undertaken. We will have a more comprehensive analysis later in the future. We didn't have time between the passage of Measure H to today to actually have, we have it bifurcated, but we're going to put it all together at a certain point. But for Bill's area in particular, having that facility condition index is what's going to be the first important step in us addressing particularly the building needs. There are some of these things in here that you identify that are critical issues. You're going to see them in the Measure H presentation.
Councilmember Williams?
No, sir.
My only comment is we've just gone through Parks and Public Works. That's $220 million of deferred maintenance that just between those two areas. So yeah, we do have our work cut out for us, and we'll move on. Thank you, Bill. Next is utilities. Will Wong.
Morning, Chair Wright, Finance Committee. I'm Will Wong, Director of Utilities. So I will also reemphasize that the City of Modesto has not been resting on this, and we are actively looking at facility condition assessments. I want to shout out to Patrick Crowley for Building Services, because we did partner with Patrick and do a facility condition assessment for the utilities facilities. So with that, our 5-year program deferred maintenance is about $4.6 million. I want to emphasize that this is just for the utilities buildings. Regarding the infrastructure, the pipes, the pumps, the wells, the tanks, the pump stations, those are already covered in our utilities master plans, our water and wastewater master plans. So those are already included in the rates, and those are the basis of our rate study. This facility condition assessment is similar to a master plan, which will then outline the priorities of these projects. And I'm proud to say that there's a great partnership between Public Works, Building Services, and Utilities, and my managers, to ensure that we have good numbers. And this is a 5-year outlay plan, only $4.6 million. Of course, as we continue on, there will be additional expenses. So where we see the bulk of the improvements that we're going to need to do is at our primary wastewater treatment facility at the Sutter plant. We have about $4.3 million, $4.4 million worth of facility assessments, condition assessment needs that we need to address in the next 5 years. The Sutter admin building is a 72-year-old building. The Sutter maintenance shop is a 37-year-old building, and the Sutter collections building is 22. And these improvements include fixing the roofs, HVAC, flooring, electrical, security, fire. Those are the items that were identified that we need to address in the next 5 years at $4.4 million. At our Jennings facility is relatively new. It's about 7 years old. These costs are about $160,000. And again, these are just routine maintenance that we'll have to go out, hire a contractor to look at our roofing infrastructure, make sure that our HVAC is up to speed, and we continue with the ongoing maintenance needs at the Jennings facility. And then at the Water Division Courtyard, it's our newest facilities out on Lit Road. It is 3 years old, so you can see that we have zero deferred maintenance. It's a brand new building. However, in years 6 through 10, there are some minor things that we'll need to budget for in order for us to ensure that we keep up with the routine maintenance needs. So with that, the deferred maintenance for the utilities buildings only is about $4.6 million over the next 5 years. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Will. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none here. Councilmember Ricky, you have any questions?
No questions,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. Next, we'll move on to pension presentation. And do we have our handouts for that yet? Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. Christina Alger, Director of Human Resources, and I'm here to cover CalPERS unfunded accrued liability and pension. All right, so CalPERS pension funding, I'm going to go over a little bit about how CalPERS funding works, just to give you a basic overview of what that looks like. So here at the City of Modesto, we have 3 pension tiers. PEPRA came into effect in 2013, and so prior to that, we had a classic version. So people that were hired before 2012 or up to 2012, they're classic members, and so their formulas are richer than the PEPRA members. In 2013, the PEPRA Act came out. That was what PERS tried to do to address the pension obligations and the liabilities that were coming in. And so this new tier, anybody who was hired from 2013 forward falls within this new tier. And so the tier is a little bit less generous, and so it's a little bit less expensive now and in the long term. So a little bit about how CalPERS how they fund the benefits. And so this just gives you an idea of where the funds come from. And so as you're probably already aware, we have an employer contribution and an employee contribution. And so this just gives you an idea of, out of every dollar, what percentage of that comes from those contributions. And so for the employers, we contribute about 32% or 32 cents, 32% of a dollar, towards those pension obligations. The employee or the member's obligation is about 13 cents for every dollar. But you can see that that 55% or 55 cents of every dollar actually comes from investment earnings. And that's the reason why we have an unfunded liability, is because the way the pension obligations are structured, we rely a lot on earnings. And when CalPERS doesn't meet their earnings estimates, that creates an unfunded liability. So this slide just gives you a little bit of history of the returns on the market over the last several years. And so the red line that you see there in the middle, that's what we call CalPERS assumption rate. And so when they create the contributions that the employees and the employers are going to contribute, what they do is they have an assumption rate of what they think they're going to get from the market. And when they look at that, it's more of a long term. So, obviously there's volatility from year to year, but over the long term, they hope to at least get that particular assumption rate. As you can see, there's been some years where there's been some negative activity going on. And the numbers that I'm bringing to you today actually recognize that 21.3% in 2021. It does not recognize yet that minus 6.1 for 2022, and I'll show you a little bit about how that's going to shift our numbers. But you can see that over time we've had lots of ups and downs in the market. This is really what's created that unfunded accrued liability. So the state of the city of Modesto. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about where we sit as a city. I want to start a little bit with the workforce. And so I mentioned that PEPRA became effective in 2013. And so the idea is that over time, and as attrition happens, as employees retire and new employees come in, we shift from that classic, more expensive version to the PEPRA members, which are a little bit more, a little bit easier to handle on the finances, right? So you can see the history here. This is actually City of Modesto. I started with the 2011 and where we started, and you can see over the years how we've shifted from classic to PEPRA. And so currently for 2022, we have a good amount of employees now that are PEPRA. As we go through the years, this number will continue to increase. Our unfunded liability will also recognize that lower cost PEPRA member will benefit us, and we will be working on getting our UAL down. So this is the current city's unfunded liability. These are our totals. And so this is always 2 years in arrears. I usually don't get the last year until about August or September. So when I come to finance budget workshops, the last one that I have is from last September. But these are the numbers. And so that's why I said that it recognizes that 2021 increase in the market, but it doesn't yet recognize that 2022 decrease in the market. So as you can see here, I do have a little bit of history to kind of show you how that market change affected us. We're about 98% of our UAL for safety is general fund. About 31% of miscellaneous is general fund. And so you can see here it's about $304 million that we have in unfunded accrued liability currently. I also have 2019 and 2020 for both of these buckets, and so we do have two different contracts, one for miscellaneous and one for safety. So there are two different contracts with two different balances. So in the safety version, you can see 2019, actually I think I have that backwards. 2019 was actually $226,000 for safety, and then 2020, $242,000. And so you can see we went down to $195,000. That's because of that great market return we had in 2021. And then you can also see how that affected the miscellaneous. So 2019 was $137 million. 2020 we went up to $149. And then this year we're at 107, and that's because of that great market return. So this chart is meant to show you kind of what that's going to look like going forward. And so this shows our 2020 results, our 2021 results, and then the 2022 projected results. And so you can see in 2020 how our unfunded accrued liability, where it kind of sat. And then you can see the 2021 results and how it drastically reduced our unfunded liability and the payments that we would have to make over the years. However, we did have a negative return in 2022, and so that yellow line shows you how it's going to go back up. This just gives a projection over the years of our annual payments, and so when we make payments to PERS, we have our normal cost that we pay, and then we also have a UAL payment. So it's a separate payment. It is lumped in. We can make payments on a monthly basis, or we can make them on an annual basis. If we make them annually, we save some money doing it that way. So we do make the annual payments. But you can see over the years, general fund versus non-general fund, and this is our full payment for both normal cost and UAL, how that's going to increase over the next several years. So with PERS and the unfunded liability, there's a peak that happens. And so we're expecting that peak to happen right around 2031 at this moment. This gives you a little bit of history on the percentage of funds. So the full obligation versus the unfunded portion. So in the miscellaneous, you can see over the years that we've kind of hovered between high 70s and even a low 70 there, up to 80% with that great market return we had in 2021. So of our entire obligation, we're 80% funded, which means 20% of that is our UAL. And then the bottom chart shows you what safety looks like. And so safety is a much richer plan, and so we are not as funded as we are with the miscellaneous. This gives you an idea, and this is for the miscellaneous plan, of a percent of payroll. And so just to give you an idea of by payroll dollars, what percent of payroll are we paying towards that unfunded liability and the full PERS cost. So for miscellaneous, for every dollar that we spend, and we are in 2022-23 now, it's a 29.4% total cost. And so at 29 cents of every dollar that we pay in payroll, we pay that 29 cents to PERS in additional payment. So the bottom line shows you UAL only, and then the top line shows you total that includes that normal cost. So you can see as we grow for miscellaneous, we're looking at about a 33% of total payroll for them. This slide gives you what safety looks like. And so as you can see, safety is a lot more percent of payroll over the years, and it's because it's a much richer plan. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing from the city in terms of trying to tackle that unfunded accrued liability. And what are the things we're doing to try to mitigate the costs and bring those costs down over time. So the first thing I'm going to talk about are additional discretionary payments, or ADPs for short. So we do have current agreements with a couple of our labor unions, and they do actually assist us in making additional discretionary payments towards that unfunded accrued liability portion. We want to do that because what it does is just like making extra payments on your house, you end up saving money on your interest in the long term. And so it doesn't necessarily save us anything currently, but over the long term, it will save us a lot. And I'll show you what that looks like. So currently we have MPOA. They do 1.5% of payroll that they give back towards those payments. Currently what the per pay period amount is and the total to date. So they started these payments back in 2019 and have been paying for the last couple of years. We have MCFFA. They actually had a tiered system, so they started at 1% back in 2018. But over the last contract that they had escalators in there. So currently what they're paying is a 6.5% of payroll. You can see the current per pay period and the total that they've given per day to date towards these UAL payments. And then we have unrepresented, mostly safety. Actually, this is all safety right now. So the unrepresented safety follows what the unions have agreed to. And so for MPOA and MCFFA specifically, their unrepresented follow the 1.5 or the 6.5. And you can see what they've given to date. And then finally, we have our miscellaneous unions. And so we don't have a payroll deduction for them, but what we have been doing the last few years is a leave bank purchase option. And so what they can do is they can elect to purchase an extra bank of leave. The money that they give to pay for that bank, we don't keep it. We send it off for UAL items. And so MCMA, we do a 50-50. 50% of it's going to a trust, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And then 50% is going towards those ADPs. The other two unions, it's all going towards ADP. And so you can see total to date since we've started working with the unions, they've given about $3.4 million in additional discretionary payments to help get our unfunded liability down. So this slide just gives you, this is a little bit of hypothetical. So just to give you an idea of if we were to continue to make payments for the next 10 years, what impact does that have on our UAL? And so I do have this separated between the miscellaneous and the safety because they are two different contracts. And if we continue to do what we're doing with miscellaneous and we continue to do that over the next 10 years, it's going to be about $1.4 million in savings over the life of the contract. Now these contracts, some of these UALs are 20-year and some are 30-year in terms of how they're amortized. But this would be the projection. If we continued our current path with them over the next 10 years, we would save about that much money over the long term. The safety is the bottom one, and so if we continue down the path of what we're doing now with those unions, we're going to be saving about $14 million over the life of that contract. And this is interest savings. So this just gives you an idea of what that does to our annual payments. And so this is not similar to a mortgage, right? Usually your mortgage is a set for the entire life of the contract. You have the same monthly payment, and if you make those additional payments, you save on interest, but you still make the same monthly payments until you get it paid off, and you just pay it off earlier. However, the way CalPERS manages the pension obligation is they recalculate our payments every year based off of the last year's market rates and what we realized or didn't realize in the market, what that adds to the unfunded liability, if there are additional discretionary payments. And so they actually rebalance those payments, those annual payments. So we would save interest over the long term, but it also actually lowers our payment just a little bit every year. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to make those payments now. So you can see in this chart, our original is the black line, the new required payment is the green line, and this is the safety, and that's based off of that projection of 10 years that I mentioned in the last slide. So the other item that we're doing besides the ADPs is we're doing a Section 115 trust. And this is a good practice for agencies to do. ADPs, obviously, they have the interest that they save. They're pretty clearly a good option. But there's also another piece of this that we want to focus on, and it has to do with that peak. And this is why we want to do the trust. So this is what a payment plan looks like. This is actually safety over the next several years until it goes away. And you can see how the payments, the annual required payments, they climb up to a peak and then they go back down on the other end. And so the idea behind having a trust is to put some money away, earn interest on that trust, and have that money set aside so that when we hit those peak years, we can withdraw that money to help us make those really big payments. And so that's why this particular option is also good to have in place. Just to give you an idea about what that looks like if we were to, and we did start a trust, and so I'm going to talk about what we've done so far. But this just gives you an idea of how much interest we would possibly earn and how much money we would have say in 2029 when we're getting ready to start those big payments. So this is really just a 2.4 initial deposit and how that would grow over the years. This one gives a 2.4 initial deposit and then a 500,000 annual additional payment over those years to kind of show you how that would grow and where we would be at, how much money we could possibly have once we started hitting that peak. So we did establish a trust last year. We came to council in January, and we actually established 2 trusts. I spoke about the OPEB trust yesterday. So this is the pension trust, and so we did do some seed money out of this trust, and it was carryover money that we were able to use, and some of our employee benefit reserve also we used here. So you can see that our initial deposit was about $2.3 million. We did that payment just right before the fiscal year ended, so in June. To date, our current balance is about $2.5 million. The market hasn't been that strong, so we haven't earned a lot yet, but we're just getting started on this. And so the hope is that we continue to earn that interest, we get some good market returns, and we continue to focus on putting some seed money in there so that we can shave down that peak at the end. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions from council members? No questions? Yes.
Thank you,
Scooty O'Brien.
Chair. Hi, Christina. Slide 12. That slide, I understand, indicated the additional amount we are paying PERS.
Correct.
Why is that amount going up steadily, both for miscellaneous and safety groups, if I thought our number of PEPRAs that provided a more, that was less generous,
Yeah.
those numbers are increasing. So I would think it would be the opposite effect. Why don't we see that reflected in these numbers?
Absolutely. So if you remember the peak that we're having, right? So we still have that growing payment that we're going to be making because we still have to pay off that unfunded accrued liability. And so the way PERS has the structure for that, those payments slowly climb till we get a peak and then they come back down. And so this actually reflects those payments that we're going to be making. It will come back down on the other side.
Oh.
We just have to get there, right? So it's just that getting to that peak and then on the other side it will start to come down. Part of that is because of the PEPRA, and it takes a little bit of time to pay off that unfunded accrued liability for the classic members because that's a good amount of money. But as we go through time, we're going to start to come back down on the other side.
And a lot of it has to do with CalPERS's ability to meet their market rate of returns.
Right.
Every time that they don't make it, that only adds to the unfunded liability. So they have to meet 6.8% every year. If they don't meet that 6.8, that adds to an unfunded accrued liability, which is making that line grow. So it's really incumbent upon them. As she stated, most of their money that they generate is from market returns. So if they're not meeting those returns, that just increases our liability.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chris Rickey.
Thanks, Chair. Overall, it sounds like we've got a really good plan going here, and it looks like we've got a good financial control over what's happening here in a good direction. I think that's awesome. I think the thing in terms of pensions that we have to think about in the long term is, our ability to get over the hill finally to where these are totally manageable and we're not having to use general fund money to basically buffer the payments that we're already making from within, right, that we have budgeted. And so I guess the holy grail that I'm looking for, Christina, is like, how do we get there? And I'm not sure we found that pathway yet. So I'm hopeful that we can try to find that.
Thank you. Councilmember? No, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you, Christina.
Thank
We're
you.
going to take about a 5-minute break right now and then come back for sponsorship presentation. Thank you.
Do we have those?
Good morning again, Chair Wright, members of the Finance Committee. Lori Smith, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods, and this presentation is just an update on our city sponsorships for community and special events. And it is around Administrative Directive 3.6. So Administrative Directive 3.6 establishes the policy and process for city sponsorships of events, activities that provide a community or economic benefit to the city. This administrative directive was adopted in January of 2022. The city provides in-kind or direct monetary contributions to events or activities. In return, the city receives name recognition, inclusion, and acknowledgement on any postings or publications. And it also includes a listing of approved events. This administrative directive includes a listing of approved events and process for new requests of sponsorship. The criteria to be a qualifying event is that it must be a cultural, social, economic, or recreational benefit to the community. It cannot be a religious, political, or seek to support any religious or political viewpoint. And the event is to be held at a city-owned facility, property, or on a city street. So there's two ways the city supports activities. One is in kind, and that can be in the form of waiving rental fees, waiving public safety permit fees, the use of city staffing, the use of city-owned equipment, or the waiving of associate fees for that equipment. We also can provide financial assistance or contribution paid directly to the organization. So the administrative directive contains a list of events that were approved at the time this administrative directive went into effect, and this is a list of them. And they include events that we have supported for many, many years, things such as the 4th of July Parade, Graffiti Walk of Fame, the Gala at Griseda, Boys and Girls Club Haunted Museum, etc. You can see the list here. The ones with the dollar signs receive financial support, and the others are primarily in kind. There are a couple that we'll be following up in the coming year just to make sure those activities are continuing to be active. COVID, a couple of these went dormant, so we'll just be following up and confirming that this list is still accurate. And this is what it looks like if I could see it. This is what the financial contributions are. I can't see that far. So you can see the amount each department contributes in each of these events, and then the total amount of in-kind support is approximately $230,000. And these are those that receive financial support. And they include the King Kennedy Memorial Center Board of Directors. We provide them with a financial contribution for their activities in the year. This year, it will be increasing to $5,000. The agreement included an increase for one time only, and that is being increased this year. Some of the others that receive financial support are the Stanislaus Partners in Education, as well as Modesto and Domo. Total amount of those financial contributions is $17,400. So if you're a new event and you want to receive city sponsorship, there's a process that you have to go through. You submit an application. We review the application and make sure that it's complete. If it's an in-kind contribution, it can be approved by a department head. Any financial contributions that are less than $500 can also be approved by a department head. Anything over $500 must be approved by the city council. And in the event that your application requires council approval, we need to receive it 120 days prior to the event so we can make sure it gets through the process on time. So in the course of the last year, we've had several organizations approach us for sponsorship, and we've included them in this slide as to be approved as part of this process. That is Silver Squares. These are the in-kind. Silver Squares, Stanislaus Asian American Community Resource, and the Hot Wheels Foundation. Then for cash support, you can see the list: Dia de los Muertos, the NAACP, Hot Wheels Foundation, West Modesto Collaborative, Domo, and then the Miracle League. The total amount of the in-kind contribution request is $7,380. Total amount of financial support is $18,500 for a total of $25,880. This is a summary of those that are already included in the administrative directive, those new requests for a total of $273,303. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does any committee members have any questions?
No, thank you.
No. Councilmember Ricky, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think my biggest concern here is just it feels like our support of events is anemic. And if you look at the event industry as a whole in the city, it's basically crashed. We used to have an entertainment commission meeting every, 2 weeks, and now we haven't. I don't know if we've even had one this year. But what I'll say is that festivals, events, concerts, they're critical to the development of any city, and culture is critical to our city. And so I'm looking forward to our city being a partner in the development of events and culture, and that we make funding more of a priority. $25K investment in events is astoundingly low for a city of 225,000 people. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment. Basically on the same note, I'm concerned about some of our events that make our city unique, one of them being the graffiti parade and the 4th of July parade. Those are big events for our city. And my concern is that I think those two are really put on by nonprofits in our city. I know that my concern is it might come a day when that nonprofit don't have the manpower to put on a particular graffiti parade for that week. And I would like to see us somehow have a department that looks at these different events and help organize them with those nonprofits or other nonprofits that might want to be involved in these type of events. The graffiti week is important for the city of Modesto because of Lucas, American Graffiti, Star Wars, those are what we are known for here in Modesto. And I think it's time for us to really look at how are we going to make sure that those events continue on positive and get other people involved in these events. I know that the Qantas do a great job, but a lot of them are up there in years, and I'm up there with them. So I'm really concerned about, is there going to be one year where they say we can't do the graffiti parade no more, and then what are we going to do? So that's something I think we need to really look at and decide, how we as a city can add and help making sure that those events continue on. So that's my comment. I'm sure Councilmember Williams has probably nothing.
Great presentation, Lori. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can acknowledge Councilmember Alvarez has arrived.
Yeah, apologies for my tardiness. I was at another community meeting this morning.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Next up is the American Rescue Plan Action Update.
Good morning, Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. I'm here to provide an update in regards to our American Rescue Plan, as well as a recommendation in regards to reallocating some of the original programs that were included as part of the ARPA funding. So just to provide an overview of the actual ARPA spending plan. So there were actually two specific spending plan actions that were authorized in regards to the 45.9 million of ARPA funds that were received. One of the actions was related to the first allocation that we received and approved on May 25th of 2021. And then the second allocation of funding that was received was approved as part of a council action on July 12th of 2022. The themes that were specified under the programs that were approved under these actions involved the themes of the economic vitality, quality of life, and the governance and service delivery. And then just a reminder in regards to the timeline of spending of these funds, we are required under the Treasury guidelines to ensure that these programs are obligated by December 31st, 2024, and then they have to be fully expended by December 31st of 2026. So this captures an outline, and again, I try to just break it up into two allocations that were approved under those two actions. So for year one, ARPA allocations, I've captured the description of each program, what was approved as part of the allocation, as well as providing an update of the expenses that have actually been incurred through the last quarter of reporting, which would be as of March 31st of 2023. So I do want to kind of just acknowledge some of the areas where there is no expending activity at this point and just kind of give a general update on those areas. So for the first, second, and third line related to the revolving loan fund, both for the downtown development as well as the water sewer connection fees. So that actually just came before council, the actual proposal of the loan process and policy that came before CED. So that was recently approved on April 11th of this year. So staff will begin moving forward in regards to promoting as well as getting the implementation in place. So you should see expenses coming up pretty soon. The other area is related to the implementation support of the workforce development program of the $500,000. Again, we are working in coordination with some of our partners in regards to identifying the use of those funds. So again, still in research, but we do anticipate a recommendation coming in the near future. The other area is related to expanding the Wi-Fi downtown and availability as well in our city community facilities. So again, working out a plan to identify what community facilities we want to structure that Wi-Fi, and again, we anticipate to bring an item moving forward. The other area is in regards to the safe parking initiative that did come before council, was approved. So we're just, again, underway in regards to the partners that we're working forward, moving forward with, and we should have some actual expenses that will be incurred, as well as, again, the implementation of moving forward with that program. The other area is related to the mental health clinician program that is underway. The only thing, again, because it's not staffing within City of Modesto, again, it's just a matter of us getting billed for through BHRS in regards to the services that are in coordination with this program. So again, I want to emphasize the program is underway with the police department. It's just we haven't incurred expenses in regards to the reimbursement of those agreements. The downtown beautification, again, we are working with some of our downtown partners in regards to identifying specific projects that can be utilized to be able to expend those funds. And CED is coordinating with those partners to have a plan that will be brought forward. And then still staying within the year one programs, the Fire Station 1 deferred maintenance. Again, and obviously we know it's going to be more than $2 million to address the deferred maintenance needs for Fire Station 1. So it's just ensuring we have funding available once we determine how we address the improvements that will be done that will be needed to move forward with the deferred maintenance improvements. The next area is the Discover replacement. That was also an action in regards to, we had to go through a bidding process. There was a recommendation that just came before council in regards to the company that will be implementing the new replacement. So that was just approved on April 4th. So staff will be moving forward with getting that implemented. The next area is the cybersecurity. That also was a recent action that was improved in regards to some of the security tools that will be implemented, that will be funded from that specific amount of money of the $490,000. The 10th Street battery backup system. This is something that we are coordinating with the county, and this will actually be an item that we're going to recommend to reallocate. It's been determined that we only need $50,000 of the $250,000, so we're recommending to apply the $200,000 to new programs that I will be recommending. The other one is the online service application. I do want to call this out because we determined that we only needed $23,000 of the $60,000, so we will be recommending to reallocate the remaining difference. And then the employee recognition and the innovation lab, those are two internal programs that we will also be recommending to reallocate because again, these are programs that we intend to capture as part of the employee benefits fund, and again, allocate funding on a future basis as well as being proposed in the current year to capture those specific programs as part of our internal budget. And then going on to year 2, ARPA allocation. The first one in regards to the Affordable Housing Trust. We are looking at partnering with Salvation Army in regards to exploring how those funds will be used. The reserve funding of the $4.5 million, again, until we actually finish the fiscal year budget, that's when we will again determine what the overall need is for what needs to be utilized of that 4.5. But again, based on what's anticipating, we intend to use it all, but you won't see any expenses until we see the full actuals for the entire fiscal year. The reserve funding of the $1.6 million, and I do want to call out the $1.6 million for the hazard pay. Those two amounts amounted to the $8.1 million that hadn't been assigned. Again, we brought the item associated with the hazard pay. The actual amount that was incurred based on that payout to our active full-time employees was the $6.5 million. So we will be proposing to reallocate the 1.6 for other programs that I'll be recommending shortly. And then the mental health, blight abatement, park rangers, those all are going to be recommended to be removed from the second year allocation. And again, we'll be proposing a new reallocation because all of these programs will be captured in the Measure H spending plan that will be captured in the presentation shortly. And then the downtown quiet zone, this is an area, and I believe it was mentioned in Jessica's presentation on the grants. We are looking to utilize and leverage this money for potential other federal funding opportunity to address the overall needs for the downtown quiet zone. And then deferred maintenance we'll be recommending to remove to reallocate for other planning because the deferred maintenance will be captured as the long-term Measure H spending plan. And then parking improvements, again, is underway. And again, that should be incurring expenses shortly. So just to summarize in regards to the year 1, year 2 programs, so these are the specific line items that we're recommending to remove that were previously approved. Again, a lot of these are just items that are already being captured as part of the department's budget or being recommended as part of the Measure H spending plan. And again, the $1.6 million is amounts that we had to determine how it would be reallocated that we'll be proposing. And then the last two were amounts that we determined that we didn't need the full amount of the allocation, and these are the differences of what needs to be remained and reallocated to other use. So the total of that reallocation was about $4.6 million. So as part of what we're proposing as part of this presentation is how we are recommending to reallocate the ARPA funding projects of the $4.6 million. So for the first few line items, these are one-time funding contributions that we're recommending to provide to these agencies. The first one is the State Theater of the $75,000. This is just, again, ongoing contributions as a one-time contribution to address some film school activities that they're proposing in regards to some equipment needs that they need to move forward with the program. The other area is the Modesto Area Partners in Science. This would be a joint effort in regards to some program efforts with the Modesto City Schools as well as Modesto Junior College to help with some community science program events for our young community members. The other area is the Gallo Arts Center contribution of $25,000. This is a recommendation for a future festival that they're recommending for an community engagement that would involve family members of the community to again focus on some of the arts and musics specifically out in the Gallo. The next one is the Modesto Sister Cities of the $35,000. Again, this was a request of contributions made by this partner agency. They were not included in any of the prior allocations that we're recommending. The next one is the Central Valley Opportunity Center. This is a program that is currently in place and related to the workforce programming for farm workers in our Central Valley and just being able to provide support related to skills and ensuring higher wages. And they do have an actual office here located in Modesto. The next one is a third contribution related to the Convention Visitors Bureau of $250,000. And this just continues with the long-term business plan that they've provided in regards to expanding the tourism and attractions here in Modesto. The next area is related to Opportunity Stanislaus, a $200,000 contribution, and this is related to the Economic Development Assistance, and this would capture 2 fiscal years of funding for that specific program. The Cesar Chavez renovation project for the $1.2 million. So if you recall, there was an $8.5 million grant that was received from the state associated with this project. Unfortunately, with inflation and increase in cost, there is additional funding that's needed to fully meet the design requirements that are outlined in that project. That's estimated about $1.2 million. So we're recommending to capture ARPA funding to support that program in addition to the $8.5 million that's already been allocated from the state funding. The next one is the Expand Modesto Beautification of the $500,000. So we already have an item that focuses on the downtown beautification. So this additional allocation would focus more on the beautification outside of downtown. The next area is related to the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. They did receive, for this specific area, a $200,000 allocation, and we're recommending to add additional funding of the $218,000. And this, again, continues to provide the efforts related to establishing and forming an enhanced infrastructure financing district and expanding on the services that have already been provided with the Cosmont consultant that's providing work, but there is additional cost that's needed to continue with that efforts to form that district. The next area is business incentives. Again, there is currently a business incentive established for businesses here in downtown, but this would focus on bringing more businesses and expanding those businesses here in downtown. So there's a variety of incentive programs that we can establish to entice these businesses to move their business here in downtown. So again, we're estimating that that cost will be about $500,000. And then the last area is investing more related to homeless services of the $1.5 million. The 3 areas, as what's stated there, is related to continue to providing funding for the Safe Park. We currently only have about 6 months worth of funding for this program, so the additional funding would continue to provide the additional funding to expand that effort. The other areas related to the day center. We currently only have about 15 months allocated, so again, this would be a one-time funding to continue with that effort until we have more of a long-term funding stream. And then the last one is related to the bridge housing, and this is again looking for interim housing related to homeless individuals in our community and being able to provide funding to establish infrastructure needs and operational needs for those interim housing. So I think with that said, those are all of the, again, recommended programs that we're recommending to reallocate for the $4.6 million. I have directors here from CED as well as Parks that I know have been involved in the effort of determining how these funds would be reallocated. So we're more than happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to the proposal.
Thank you, Deanna. Any questions from the council members?
Not at this time, thank you.
I can't see Chris. Councilmember Ricky, you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, Chair. Thank you, though.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions. On the 4.5 that's been reallocated, is all of our year two funding, right?
It's a mixture of year one and year two programs that had been previously approved, but predominantly it's year two.
And this would be the allocation of all of our ARPA money.
That's what I
This would be, all of it would now be allocated of the 45 million that we received.
So we have some funding from year one that has been funded yet. Is there a timeline that those have to be funded by?
Well, we have to fully obligate the funds by December 31st of 2024, and they have to be fully paid and expended by December 31st of 2026.
Okay.
And if they aren't expended by that time frame, then the funds will have to be returned to Treasury.
Okay, and that's for year one, or is that for all?
All of ARPA funding.
Okay. Do we have any indication that any of those funds will not be expended by 2026?
At this time, we don't have any indication, but I do want to stress and emphasize, we meet with the departments on a quarterly basis, as well as the reporting that we're required to remit to Treasury. So we continue to work with the departments to monitor the status of where they're at. And if there ever appears to be any issue or concern, then we would have a backup plan to decipher how we move forward or come back to council with another recommendation.
Yeah, I'd like to see us come back to council with, maybe get some input from council if there's some
course.
funds that are not being allocated or not being able to be spent, some input from council would be
Yeah,
great.
we'll certainly stay on top of the expenditures, and if we recognize or see any adjustments that are necessary, we'll definitely be bringing those to council for approval.
Good.
And then I have a question.
Yes, our Councilman Escudillo Britton.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please elaborate more on the 200,000 proposed for the Convention and Visitors Bureau?
250,000.
Yeah, 250,000. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, so far, the Visit Modesto, as they are now called, has received $500,000 from the ARPA funding for travel and tourism activities. And this round of funding will assist in them continuing those activities to include things like a culinary event, a local competition for chefs using local produce, an ag celebration, a weekend festival for stone fruit, music festival, an upgraded art walk, and those are just a few of the things that they've identified that they'd like to explore with this new funding source.
Oh, that's fantastic. Will this contribution, will they come back and share with us how they were able to utilize this funding?
Absolutely, and they're currently scheduled to come to council on May 9th to provide an update with their activity over the last year, including what they've used the previous allocation of ARPA funding for.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's exciting.
Thank you. If there's no more questions from committee members or council members, thank you for the presentation. Moving on to Measure H, presentation overview. We have time for this presentation. Joe, okay. Okay. I can't say, oh, it's only 10:30. I thought it said 11:30, so we're doing good. Welcome, Steve.
This will be, and you might be explaining this, but this will be in the same format as non-Measure H items were presented before. How can we compare side by side? How should we?
You should view these two things independently. We're separating the two things out to make sure for tracking and auditing purposes. So these are all enhancements to various department budgets, so you should treat them as such, like as they are enhancing the services that you've already seen in the department presentations. And they're broken out by departments. Each department head will get up there, they'll explain what their recommendations are, and how they plan to utilize the money, as well as the impact it's going to have directly related back to the measure.
Okay, so everything that's in this presentation has not been referenced before. and serves as an enhancement to that particular department.
Correct.
Utilizing Measure H money.
Except for some of the questions where you guys were jumping ahead of us. I'm just kidding.
Right.
I'm just
And
kidding.
so there was reference to Measure H.
Yeah.
But aside from those,
Yeah, there was no Measure H money in the presentations you've already seen, but you've seen that. We've touched on them, particularly like the deferred maintenance stuff. And now these are gonna be the enhancements to the departments that will utilize Measure H funding that specifically relate back to the measure itself.
And it could be additional funding for things that are already in the budget.
It's just additional resources.
So the way I would think of it is that deferred maintenance was the kind of gloomy picture of all these things. This would be the opposite of that. So this is the things that are positive things that we want to do now that we have some funding to do those good things. So you're going to get a positive picture in this presentation.
Yes. Let's go.
Okay. So quickly, I'll just go through this. You've seen this slide before, talking about Measure H. It was approved by the voters, so thank the voters for that, for approving this additional funding. It's a 1% general sales tax for city services. The Measure H sales tax, again, it started being collected on April 1st of this fiscal year. We're estimating the additional revenue at $41.8 million coming up in this fiscal year, 23-24. We had initial estimates for the first quarter of collection in April to June of this fiscal year, 2023, of about $10 million. Council adopted an initial spending plan on February 14th that obligated $4.48 million of that initial $10 million. So there's still about $5.52 million from that initial quarter of collection of the $10 million. This proposed spending plan is what we're going to talk about now for the fiscal year 2024 draft proposed budget. Just want to go over with the Measure H ordinance language, there was types of expenditures that were identified. So these are those areas: addressing homelessness, supporting neighborhood police patrols, gang, drug, and crime prevention. So really the police, public safety area of focus there in that bullet. Supporting fire protection, paramedic, 911 emergency response. So really the fire support services there. Fixing and maintaining roads and sidewalks, keeping parks, recreation facilities, and public areas safe and clear of trash and litter. So kind of really focusing on our parks, facilities, and other infrastructure improvements.
I do just want to make a note here, though, too, that this is a general sales tax, which means that the monies can be spent on any service that we provide in the city. I want to make that very clear. However, we outlined very specific language in the ordinance of areas that we want to address. That's what we told the community we were going to address, and that's what we're speaking to that. But I just want to be very clear. This is a general tax. It's not a specific tax. We can use it however the council sees fit. However, we are aligning with these categories in particular.
Absolutely.
City manager stole my thunder. That was my next point. Okay, so going on, looking at the Measure H sales tax revenue forecast. Over the next 5 fiscal years, we're anticipating about $43.6 million on average. You can see in this chart the revenue forecasted in the blue there, and then the structural budget deficit that we have, averaging about $7.5 million annually. Again, recognizing that that number has the potential to change. We still have labor negotiations that are being done right now with the union groups. So we anticipate that that number will increase from the numbers shown there in red. So the spending plan overview. Looking at this for the Measure H initial spending plan, you can see the one-time and the ongoing expenditures making up the $4.47 million. Again, that was already approved by council back in February. This new Measure H spending plan, we're looking at one-time expenditures of $18.8 million, ongoing of about $8.4 million, for the total spending plan of $27.1. Again, the idea is to load the one-time expenditures in the beginning, have less ongoing expenditures, and then that'll kind of flip-flop as we go out through the further out years for Measure H spending. We want to kind of upfront those on one-time costs in the beginning, get those out of the way, improving the infrastructure, and then the ongoing costs for positions and things like that will start to increase as we go through the out years for Measure H spending plan. You'll notice that we're not spending the full amount in the beginning here, again, because we want to keep some of that money in the Measure H spending plan and reserves for the infrastructure that we are creating. So we want to keep that in reserves for being able to make the maintenance for those things as well. So we want to have that in reserves for that purpose. In the lower chart there, you can see that these are the categories, kind of what we were talking about, the different types of expenditures. We want to show that these are the different categories that those expenses are being put forward in the spending plan. So we have parks improvements as a major category here, $10 million. Public safety, really including public safety and the fire EMS, again, over $10 million going through there. Forestry, another large category. Sidewalks, blight, homelessness. So you can see the different categories that we're proposing spending the funds on.
Quick clarifying question. So your columns Measure H initial spending versus Measure H spending, one is one time, the second column is moving forward?
No, those I was just trying to show distinguishing between what was approved in that initial spending plan back in February versus the Measure H spending plan is what we're proposing right now in the proposed budget. So if you see in that Measure H spending plan, that equates to the 27.1 million. In the top section up there, you can see the different one-time versus ongoing for each of those, the initial spending plan versus the Measure H spending plan. Okay. This is a Measure H spending plan overview breakdown. So again, we want to just show the breakdown of the funding coming in. I like to throw more numbers at you, being the budget manager. So we want to show the initial quarter of Measure H revenue at $10 million. In the initial Measure H spending plan, we obligated $4.4 million, which left the $5.52 million from that initial quarter of revenue. Adding in the estimated annual Measure H revenue for 23-24, that's another $41.8 million. Gives us a total bucket for the new fiscal year of 23-24 of $47.4 million. And then we're taking out the budget deficit. So again, when we did the budget presentation for the overview, we had a $6.1 million deficit in the general fund. So that's going to be funded through the Measure H. That leaves us proposed Measure H funding plan that we're proposing of $27.1 million. Take those out of the Measure H revenue. We have a remaining Measure H funds for future deferred maintenance costs of $14.1 million. So again, the caveat with that being that $14.1 million could change depending on labor negotiation costs and things like that. So the big thing is the labor negotiation costs. We don't know what those are going to be yet, as they're still being determined. Any questions on this? I know it's a lot of numbers to be thrown at. I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
There's the estimated annual Measure H revenue, 41,000, and then underneath it, estimated Measure H revenue, 47,000. Help me understand those.
Okay, so that's the estimated annual Measure H revenue. That's what we're estimating for the full fiscal year of 23-24.
For the 41,000 or 47?
The 41.8.
Okay.
And then the 47.4 is including the 5.5 million that we had remaining from this fiscal year, that $10 million that was remaining because we took the initial spending plan.
I got it. So when Measure H was passed, we were predicting about 31 million on Measure H. Now we're looking at about 41 million?
We were predicting 39 million initially.
39?
Yeah, and then, so again, looking at all the sales tax numbers coming in, it's gone up slightly.
Right. Great. That's good news.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, it looks good to me. I love numbers.
Councilmember Ricky, I can't see you. He has his hand up?
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilman Ricky. You have your hand up? Yeah.
Well, I think this looks good. I think over the long term, as we develop more programs to try to address homelessness, I'm hopeful that that homeless number gets bumped quite a bit. But I think you guys have done a stellar job of this. Thanks.
Move on, Steve. Okay. Thank you.
So now we're gonna start kicking off the department section. So we'll start with the city attorney's office, but this is where the departments are gonna start talking about their different adjustments that are gonna be part of this Measure H spending plan. So they'll go through, talk about what the adjustment is and how that relates to what the improvement is gonna be for the community and whether it relates to the different categories that we talked about. Okay, and then I'll come in at the end and I'll wrap it up.
Okay. Is it Jose?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Chair, committee members, council members, Jose Sanchez, your city attorney. The first request, and sorry, getting the clicker.
Just have one click.
It's okay. I have the clicker now. I have all the power here. For the city attorney's office, we are requesting the additional funding to fund a deputy city attorney and a legal secretary. These would be two new positions, and the adjustment would restore positions that were eliminated in the past to help balance the budget. With the passage of Measure H, I know Steve did a great job of just discussing what was kind of the focus of the council when thinking about Measure H and the community. But it is anticipated that legal efforts will be related to quality of life services will increase. An increase in, for example, community prosecution does require attorneys to prepare pleadings, research matters, and spend quite a bit of time in court and in administrative hearings. If approved, the additional the two positions would be needed. The deputy city attorney would be the attorney mainly in charge or mainly assigned to these prosecuting roles or duties. The legal secretary would serve, would help both this attorney and our current deputy city attorney in these matters as well. The daily functions, just to give the committee an idea, would be really the main responsibilities, really working with the community prosecution team, which is really the police department, also the administrative enforcement by the neighborhood preservation unit. How the adjustments will impact the community. As mentioned already, in looking at the priorities of Measure H, the direct impacts to legal services would be kind of that community prosecution role. And in order to assist the community prosecution of the city's municipal codes for violations such as, and just naming a few, illegal dumping, graffiti abatement, blight, and nuisance conditions, this additional time would be needed. This would be help in keeping Modesto safe, clean, and well-maintained for residents and visitors to enjoy. And just to clarify, these two positions would be City of Modesto employees. So these would be here. They would not be for contract services. These would be, and the amounts for the attorney we're looking at, the position would have the $174,488, and the legal secretary $87,506, so just under $262,000. This is additional, as the city manager mentioned. This is in addition to what the budget was that I presented earlier in the week. That was basically just trying to keep the numbers as flat as possible with the current funding. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council members?
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead. Screw your break.
Is this a one-time recommended? No, this is moving
No.
for, I thought we were only considering one-time expenditures.
No, we absolutely have some ongoing expenditures that we are creating. We're just keeping it lower in the initial years, but there is ongoing expenses in Measure H.
Okay, if this were, devil's advocate here, if this were not to be approved, what would be the ramifications to the cities, to the city in general?
No, great question. We would have to basically make do with the services we currently have, which sometimes would mean probably, only having one attorney be in court, which is less of a caseload, slower in getting through kind of the current workload. The reason why the ask is just because as you look at increase, for example, police officers, or even in the MPU unit, you're looking at more administrative citations and more infractions that require this time. But if for some reason this wasn't approved, then we would just keep kind of going forward with the folks we have now and doing as much as we can.
So that would potentially create a backlog, less efficiencies. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is, we do have the room or the space available in the city attorney's office for
Yes, we do.
this positions? Okay. Any other questions from council members?
Yeah, how would we go about hiring these individuals? What would your outreach be?
We would go through the recruitment process that the city currently has. Advertising, obviously you put out the advertisement, you get folks that are interested in the position applying. We would go through the interview process and really just following the normal HR process for recruitment. And again, it would be individuals hired by the city. They would be city employees here in Modesto.
Councilmember Scooter-Braden.
So why the necessity for a deputy city attorney? Why not a staff city attorney?
That's just the terminology. Those are the staff.
Oh, okay. So that's an entry level.
Exactly, and it's up to a deputy city attorney 3. So it does give some flexibility to see kind of who applies, right, and whether we go 1, 2, or 3. Some flexibility, but those are just titles. But they're all staff attorneys, as you mentioned.
I see. Thank you.
Question I have is, instead of hiring as an employee, would there be a benefit of outsourcing this to contract?
Then that's something we thought about, of whether we just use contract services. Given the position is in court pretty much every day, like our current deputy city attorney right now, he is in court every day, John Fukasawa. It just made more sense as efficiency goes to have the person here to make sure that they are available every day for court and meetings with staff. But we thought about what was better, both financially and also just what functioned better. And this was kind of the decision for this position, given the amount of time in court, in administrative hearings, and working or having meetings with staff.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No, sir.
If not, thank you for your report. We'll move on. Police Department. You're getting too comfortable back there.
So, Police Department. Well, good morning, Finance Committee and Chair. For the Police Department, there's several additional asks that we are asking in this upcoming budget year. The first one I want to go over is the addition of 15 police officer recruit positions for the Police Department at a cost of about $1.1 million. Historically, what we have done is anytime that we hire anybody, a police officer recruit, even though that's a non-sworn position while they go through the academy, it actually counts against our allocated positions. So we're never actually able to have the number of allocated positions out on the street handling calls for service that we claim we do, which is 210 currently, because there's always somebody in some form of training, the academy, FTO program. What this is going to allow us to do is really be able to get the closest amount possible to that fully allocated number, because these 15 police officer recruit positions wouldn't count against that sworn allocation number. Police officers go through the police academy for a 6-month period, and then once they graduate the academy, then they would become sworn police officers and count towards that academy under this ask. It takes 12 to 18 months to hire a police officer. So when we get a resignation via retirement or any other reason a police officer leaves, we typically don't hire another police officer to send to the academy until we get that resignation. So we are 12 to 18 months behind when somebody leaves the police department to have that person actually out on the street handling calls for service for our city. So this is a structural change that we would actually be able to really enhance the effectiveness of the allocated positions that we have. The next one is the addition of a police lieutenant position. In the initial budget ask that I presented earlier this week, that included the unfreezing of eight police officer positions, 1 captain and 7 police officers that are currently frozen in this current fiscal year budget. With the unfreezing of that captain position, my hope is our staffing numbers allow this coming fiscal year is to create an area command division. And I've talked about that before, to where we group resources that deal with community problems, neighborhood issues, community policing into an area command division. Currently, even though we have an area command structure, we only have 1 lieutenant that oversees the entire city, all of 4 area commands. So this addition of the police lieutenant position would at least allow us to have 2 area commanders and be able to divide the city under those 2 area commands. They'd have 2 area commands each for the time being to be able to go out and effectively interact with neighborhoods, stakeholders, and address those community issues and resources. Things that would fall under them would be those traffic enforcement, homeless issues, dealing with those homeless issues, drug and nuisance properties in those areas. And as we talked about before with the structural route change, NPU would also fall under the area command division. There we go. The addition of 5 community service officer positions, that is important because as we've talked about before, with the shortage of police officers, we want to be able to handle, and the types of service that come in, having more community service officers out to be able to handle calls that don't need police officers frees up our police officers to handle things that police officers need to handle. So this is, again, if you look back, and I know I've shown charts before, if you look back to where we were in 2007 to where we are now, this is trying to move back towards that direction so we have enough resources to respond to calls for service in a timely manner, and this will enhance that ability for us to be able to do that. The addition of 4 park ranger positions, we started with 4 with the Measure H enhancements several months ago that the council approved. That was an additional 4, and now we're asking for an additional 4 on top of that. We currently have 6 of the 8 hired park rangers, so there's a lot of interest in that position, and I think we've seen a lot of initial success and believe that by ultimately adding 4 more, giving us 12 total park rangers patrolling our parks, this is going to allow them to be much more effective and efficient, because really with this program the success is having sustained presence in the parks by these park rangers, and with 76 different parks plus open spaces, even 12 is still a challenge to get them to deal with all the issues in our parks. The addition of 1 animal control officer position. In the past, we've had 4. We're down to 2 animal control positions, so this would actually bump us up to 3 animal control positions, officer positions, and 1 supervisor, and to deal with the various animal issues that we see throughout the city on a consistent basis, which is vicious animal complaints, barking dogs, dog bites, licensing issues, stray animal collection, dead animal pickups. There's a variety of things that if we don't have a animal control officer on duty, then that again falls to our police officers, which takes them away from the tasks that we want them to do. The addition of 1 police civilian supervisor position, and this goes really towards our crime prevention unit. We typically, in the past, have had 4 CSOs. Currently, we have 2 positions allocated. They're not currently filled, but 2 community service officers that act as our crime prevention officers that deal with National Night Out, our Business Watch, and our Community Neighborhood Watch programs, and do a lot of different working with businesses to do our crime prevention through environmental design and assessments, and just do a lot of community events for us. Having a police civilian supervisor that oversees this unit, because as we grow in an area command division, we want to grow ultimately to 4 CSOs, 1 for each area command in the city. It's important to have a supervisor that can consistently monitor and oversee that crime prevention unit. The addition of one police civilian investigator, and this, again, goes to trying to enhance the effectiveness of what we do with our police officers. The council has previously approved two police civilian investigator positions, which we just did interviews last week and hope to bring those two on very soon. One will be in our special victims unit and one will go to our traffic unit. This one we would actually replace a CSO, putting a CSO back on patrol and assign this to our missing persons investigation. Having a civilian investigator that can consistently deal and have the knowledge to deal with our missing persons cases, which sometimes end up turning into homicide cases and work cold cases, is an important, and having a consistent ongoing position is going to really enhance the effectiveness of this. And so we're asking for one more additional police civilian investigator. The addition of one administrative office assistant, 3, and this would go to our support division. It's currently seen by our civilian executive, and with recruitment, retention, with bringing on a lot of different high-profile projects in the future, the administrative support is going to be very important to make sure that we keep all the things together, keep all of the administrative tasks on point as we grow as a department and add on a lot of different things. Increase of the part-time budget by $150,000. We currently have approximately 37 part-time positions that really help us do a lot of different things. We hire police assistants to help in different units to help those detectives and officers and special units out. We retired annuitants we have hired back. They have a limited number of hours that they can work, but we really have them help. We have one currently helping with alcohol beverage control with our heart team. We have one out at our regional training center to help upkeep and do different things out there. So there's a lot of different functions that our part-timers help, especially when we're short-staffed. And so we're asking for an increase to that because our part-time budget is very tight at this point. And how, I think this is still me, but how the adjustment will impact the community. And really, I already talked about this piece, was the Area Command Division. Bringing the lieutenant position, unfreezing the captain, is really allowing us, hopefully sooner than later, as our staffing continues to increase, to create that Area Command Division, which is just going to be a big benefit to our city and the communities that these area commands are broken into. There we go. Oh, there it goes. And then another additional ask. So with all of those positions, we talked about park rangers and the vehicles that they're going to need, cell phones, body cameras, radios, all of that stuff, there is a cost, an ongoing fleet cost. There is a cost to that. So the other additional ask is for a cost to purchase all that equipment, and some of that's ongoing. So the potential cost up to approximately $1.2 million, $2 million for the purchase of that equipment and the associated ongoing costs with that.
That's the ongoing cost of what you presented.
All of these enhancements that I just presented previously. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Scotty. Yeah. We're doing it together. There we go. And then the final ask is the build out of the Modesto Emergency Communications Center build out as we look to expand our real-time crime center, look to enhance the way that we handle mental health calls for service and respond with the appropriate resources such as our alternative response units, and just looking at how we dispatch more effectively. The ask is to allocate $2 million for the build out of that, what we're calling the Modesto Emergency Communications Center. I think that is my last slide, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Any questions from council members? Go ahead, it's good.
Thank you. Great presentation, Chief. Thank you very much. Through attrition, you know your attrition numbers with your force. Does 15 recruits meet that need for upcoming adjustments that will happen in your workforce?
I think it does, and if it doesn't, I'll come back and talk to you. But really what that allows us to do is with 15 police officer recruits, these police officer recruits go through a six-month academy. The ask is for 15 fully funded positions, so it actually will allow us to have 30 police officer recruits potentially to go through the academy per year, if that makes sense. So it actually is giving us 30 6-month positions And so with our attrition rate the last 3 years, there's been about 28 people that have attritioned out. We believe that that attrition rate is going to drop significantly. And so I believe that 15 allocated positions will be enough.
And I just want to note, we purposely did not add any police sworn officers because we know we can only fill so many per year. So we're filling them with police officer recruits, which is a lower salary type of position that we can slot them into. If we were to allocate, say, 20 police officers, it would eat up a majority of this budget in ongoing expenses. And when we talked earlier, you know, our goal now is let's beef up on one-time stuff now and then prepare for ongoing expenses, which is going to fall a lot in the police department. So that's why you're seeing this kind of the one-time versus the ongoing. This is actually the example that we talk about, and then it will come up with fire as well. If we add those public safety positions, it's just going to eat budget that will eventually revert back to fund balance as opposed to putting the money into the community. So to answer your question, we're very strategic on the number of positions that we're adding because we feel like we can do this. If we're able to fill all those positions, we will most certainly be coming back to you asking for additional allocations because we know we can fill them and not just eat into the budget. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you to Joe for that information, but I'm still not done here. So, and this might be absorbed under your equipment ask, but the pilot the recently approved aircraft, will that be covered, or has that already been covered with existing funding?
It's covered in the budget already.
Is it covered already?
So that was the aircraft was all part of the initial approved or proposed budget that we presented earlier in the week.
Okay, so all that is covered. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chris Rickey.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say I really think this is a very strong plan, and I think it's going to dramatically improve safety in our community. I want to applaud our law enforcement team here, Chief Gillespie, City Manager, for putting together this budget. This is the right direction, and I think we're gonna see a drastically better city. So, well done.
Councilmember Chris.
The other guy.
Wilson.
Wilson.
Oh, Williams, I'm sorry.
He looks like Wilson.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Councilmember Wilson here. So on your first presentation, you had 2.5 or almost $2.6 million. On the second, you had 3.7, which totals to almost 3 million. And so that's the total amount. I didn't see and it all added up, but after adding up all those pages, it came to almost 3 million. So that's what your request is, yes?
Yeah, and I apologize for that. I noticed that before I came up, but I didn't total it.
Blame it on Mr. Wilson.
To look at Steve, I don't know if we have anywhere where the total, but you're correct. It's a significant amount. 6.2? 6.2, you're correct.
Oh, you doubted
your math?
that?
No, your math was good. Your
I
math
can give
was
you the
good.
rest of the numbers too.
You're off on me.
So, yeah, so that's the ask is the almost 3 mil.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Great presentation.
Any other, Councilmember Alvarez?
Good morning, Chief. Great budget. I have one question regarding the police lieutenant position.
Yes.
$240,277. That's for one position?
That is one for
And
position,
is that
fully
full-
loaded salaries and benefits.
This is law enforcement business here.
We're hiring.
Councilmember Escudero Braden.
Thank you. Chief, you had, some time ago, we had a conversation. You were pontificating in what things you could incorporate into your program that would enhance public safety and increase community communication and trust. And one of those things was centered on ethnic and culture acceptance and engagement. And do any of your plans or any of the funding asks support that area at all?
So, yes, usually within our budget, whether it's our finding money in our budget or using other grant money or the additional SLESF money we have, we look for multiple opportunities to try to build community relationships and cultural.
Sensitivities.
Absolutely. We have a training budget that helps pay for anything that we identify as far as training goes. But I think as the council is aware, we have also partnered with Michael Baldwin to provide cultural sensitivity training that's ongoing. We are holding 2 of those cultural relations courses per year as just one of the many things that we're doing. But we do have a training budget that would allow us to bring in those type of courses or classes. But beyond that, any type of events or things that we can actually sit down with our local community. If we don't have the budget, you can be sure I'll be coming back to ask for that. But we try to utilize the different funding sources we have when those things come up to pay for them.
Okay, so none of this new money, H money, goes to support any training programs or enhancements at this time?
Not for training programs, but I think what the area command structure getting there actually supports, I think, what you're talking about, because we will be able to dedicate resources to really get to know those areas of the city, their problems, the stakeholders, what's going on, not just the stakeholders, but who are the common problems and issues and houses. And so I think there's not specific for training, but I think by providing the structure, we're actually increasing community engagement, cultural sensitivity, and just by getting to know our community in these specific areas with our sustained people on a regular basis.
Sure. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before the end of the year, how much of that, of the rollout of the hiring, do you think that will we be 50%, 60%, if all this is approved, obviously?
As far as our current vacancies?
No, as far as your proposal for all of those openings that you have and then the other question would be, how extensive is the hiring process? Is it as extensive as an officer, like the background, the fingerprinting, how easy would it be for a civilian to actually get these jobs?
So a couple answers to that question. All these proposals, our goal is to make sure that what we ask for in this fiscal year, we're spending. So all of the asks that I just proposed, I plan to fill all those positions in this upcoming fiscal year, and hopefully, obviously not towards the end, towards the beginning. Our community service officers right now, I think we have 4 or 5 vacancies, so these would add to that. So picking up is great, but I think with the hiring incentive that the council recently approved, and CSOs, animal control officer, are a few of those positions that actually get hiring bonuses with negotiations coming out. I think we're going to find that these positions are more attractive, and I'm very confident that we're going to be able to hire these positions. It's a great job. It's a very rewarding position, and I think that we're going to be able to fill these positions, especially with the quality of candidates that I've seen coming in recently.
Good. Make sure Councilmember Alvarez gets an application.
But it is
I charge extra for master's degrees, so.
But it is an extensive process. All of our full-time positions do go through an extensive background check to make sure that they're qualified to work. So it does take. It's not as extensive as a police officer, but it's still extensive.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So in the public safety asks, is any of those chat?
Not currently, because we have the 5 years of Community Corrections Partnership funding that they were able to fund a total of 15 positions for us for the next 5 years, and that includes 12 chat workers.
Okay.
So we're actually in the current process, be 10 chat workers, 2 chat supervisors, 2 mental health clinicians, and 1 analyst to help collect data and evaluate evidence-based practices.
And we have funding for 5 years for that.
5
correct?
years, yes.
Great. Thank you, Chief. I think that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up next is fire. Do we have any fire? They're online? Okay. Hello?
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Alan Ernst, Fire Chief for the Fire Department. It's my honor to be here to present our Measure H adjustment. When we went to the community, we identified 3 priorities for the fire department with Measure H, and that was to expand advanced life support, decrease our response times, and provide for critical infrastructure and address the deferred maintenance. And I believe what you'll see here addresses all 3 of those. So the first category is under fire EMS, and the request is to increase and expand our advanced life support, which is paramedic service to the community, and decrease our response times. We're asking for, as we expand this program, we got to make sure we have a solid foundation for it to ensure we're successful. So we're asking for the EMS quality improvement coordinator, which most times is the nurse, to come in and evaluate our program and provide training, as well as that quality improvement oversight over the program, to make sure with all the regulations that we have through the state and the local emergency agency through the county, that we are meeting those requirements. Also asking to add 3 paramedic shift captains to serve as EMS shift supervisors. This will be critical to help reduce response times. They'll be able to respond to EMS calls and potentially relieve an engine company that is there and get them back in the system. A lot of times our paramedics end up transporting patients with the ambulance and get stuck at a hospital. These paramedic captains can respond to the hospital, relieve that individual, and we can get that apparatus back in service a lot quicker. And then we have to ensure that we are meeting all the administrative needs as well, and so we're asking for 1 administrative office assistant to support EMS. The next slide. As we all know, Fire Station 1 has been a priority for the city to address the conditions of that station. So this is asking for an additional $3 million. This is a one-time cost to go towards that project. You saw in the ARPA funding, we already had $2 million dedicated to it. I wish $5 million would take care of it, but this gives us a really good head start to move down the path of finally having a fire station where our firefighters can live in. Currently, they live in the building next door, and that has a delayed response time for them to be alerted and then have to walk next door to get to the apparatus. So we'll go on to the next. And then, think back 1, Scotty. There we go. Station runner vehicle. I think this vehicle has more duct tape on it now than metal, but we certainly got our use out of this. It has 144,000 miles on it, and this is used to run critical supplies to our 19 fire stations every day, and we have to have a reliable vehicle to make sure our firefighters have the necessary equipment to be able to do their jobs. Everything from oxygen bottles to their SCBA bottles to EMS supplies to firefighting turnout. And so this is a one-time expense that we'll be asking for of $80,000. The full-time public safety business service analyst, with the addition of all the contracts that we've had, we've become a very complex agency. We're actually responsible for 3 separate budgets. We obviously, the Modesto Fire Department budget, City of Modesto, but as non-administrative contracts, we're also responsible for the Stanislaus Consolidated Fire Protection District budget, as well as developing the City of Turlock Fire Department budget as well. So with that complexity, I'm asking to, we're going to adjust. Right now we have a financial analyst position, and so we'll remove that position and add this public safety business analyst, which just gives us a little higher degree of expertise in budgeting and procurement, and will help us make sure that we're meeting all those requirements. And then we're also asking for a full-time hazmat inspector. This will be a safety position, most likely a fire captain in this role, that also supports our hazardous materials team. But there are inspections throughout the county that we are required by the state to inspect for hazardous materials, and even restaurants with their hood systems and et cetera. We have been currently trying to do these inspections under our existing prevention staff. A lot of times our deputy fire marshal has to do these inspections, which takes critical time out of her ability to respond to the public and make sure that we get the plan checks approved quickly and can help businesses move forward in development and building. And so this would free up a lot of her time and provide a critical service of public safety to the community. I do want to point out that this is be fully recovered from the fees of those inspections. And so the $7,900 amount you see on top, that's actually projected to be a revenue, not an expense back. And then the next slide, how these adjustments will impact the community. We've got a couple of graphs for data that just kind of reminds us of why we were communicating with the public of the need to address our response time. Industry standards for the fire service is to have a 5-minute response time to any emergency within 90% of the time. We unfortunately do not make that mark very often at all. As you can see, our numbers continue to decline. In 2020, we met at 81% of the time, and we're currently averaging 76% of the time. This graph shows our ALS companies. So these are the 4 companies that we have paramedics currently on. With the action we took with Measure H money already from this current budget year, the council did approve purchasing more ALS equipment for other fire stations. So one benefit we're already seeing is we're adding more paramedics every day to different fire stations. So we're averaging anywhere from 6 to 8 of our fire stations being what we call advanced life support, which is a tremendous benefit for the community. The next slide just shows that why it's so important that we have a paramedic on a fire engine. It's because 71% of the time we're the first arriving piece of equipment to any emergency. And unfortunately, right now the ambulance services are really struggling with response times, and they get stuck at the hospital quite a bit trying to offload patients. And so not only are we getting there first, but we're remaining on scene for several minutes waiting for an ambulance or an advanced life support. And so to be able to provide that service to the community is a tremendous benefit. Next slide. So addition of the 7 full-time positions that I spoke to for EMS, as well as hazmat inspector and public safety business analyst, these will enhance our ability to provide additional paramedic services, as well as reduce our response times, start to reduce our response times. And it provides a really good foundation as we move forward into next year and look at how we address the response times through apparatus or personnel. And the hazmat inspector, obviously, the increased turnaround time for business inspections and permits, and identifying and mitigating those hazards before they become risk to life and property. The next slide. This just shows the kind of the issue we have within the fire service with deferred maintenance and the years of how old our fire stations are. Again, average age is 47 years. And Station 1 obviously tips that scale at 84 years. And so if we can address Station 1, that will help with our average age and continue to invest in the maintenance programs for the fire stations will greatly help. So how does repairing Station 1 and replacing a station runner vehicle benefit the community? Again, if you look at response times, it's not uncommon. Again, I already spoke of Station 1. The crews have to walk from another building to get to the apparatus. Because of the size of the existing sleeping quarters, we had to move our ladder truck from Station 1 to Station 2. The ladder truck is designed to be downtown. All of our greatest threats for multi-story buildings are downtown, and so there's a delayed response for that ladder truck. Also, Station 1 is our busiest firehouse, so it's not uncommon at all to have multiple calls at the same time in Station 1. And instead of having 2 apparatus responding out of there, we have a truck that's responding from over by Modesto High School, so it's a lot longer response. Also, having those supplies in the stations and available through having a reliable station runner vehicle that will also help us ensure that we can provide that response to emergency calls. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Councilmember Williams?
Yes, Chief, on the spending plan recap, which is the second page from the last, for those who have the packet, it does indicate that you were at 4.1 million. And so then my question is, on your first presentation, it had numbers. Your second presentation, it had numbers. Were those also, was the last presentation including the numbers on your first presentation? Because the number comes out to be the same.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not an addition. It's just the
Okay.
addition. It's those two added together.
Okay, so it is 4.1 that you're asking for.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Ricky.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to let the chief know that I appreciate the direction that he's going in the budgeting here. I think that some of your, I like all the priorities. I'm especially excited about the idea of improving response times, about improving Fire Station 1. That support vehicle that's just an embarrassment. So thanks for doing what you're doing on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Ricky. I do have a question, Chief. On the Fire Station 1, you're asking for $3 million, plus you have a $2 million grant already. Is that correct?
That is, well, we have $2 million from ARPA fund.
ARPA fund. Okay. So that'll give you $5 million for Station 1. I know there has been some talk about replacing Station 1 with a new station. With the $5 million that you're putting into Station 1, what is now the life expectancy of Station 1?
Well, actually, I want to make sure it's clear. We have $5 million towards a Station 1 project. So that doesn't necessarily, we're not going to invest that money into the current fire station. It's $5 million towards addressing the issue of having a Fire Station 1. So we're working with the city, and we got one of the plans to get a consultant on board and really give us a path forward on what the public safety complex would look like, where fire stations would be best located, and then design and plans for that. So to be clear, we're not investing $5 million into the current structure.
Okay, so are you going to, is there some Band-Aid approaches you're going to be doing with Station 1?
Very, very limited. We can do that within our existing operating budget, like repairing doors and et cetera. But the focus is to find a new site, new facility, and that way we can keep the firefighters there while it's being constructed and not lose response time.
Great. You've answered my question. Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? If not, we'll move on to, thank you, Chief. Move on to Parks and Recreation again.
Good morning again. Chair Wright, members of the Finance Committee and Council, Lori Smith, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods. All right, so we'll start out with our first request is the $151,000 for the annual spring cleanups along major roadways. You may recall that in our quick wins in February, Council approved the appropriation of money to clean up Briggsmore from Sis to Lakewood, Pellendale from Dale to Oakdale, and I believe Sisk from Brenner to Whitcomb. Whitcomb is a new ask, and these spring cleanups started about a year ago. It's been popular. It's done a lot to enhance the visual impact of all those roadways, so we're proposing to include it in next year's
Great.
Thank you, appropriation. I mentioned this earlier. We are currently watering our non-CFD parks twice a year. That costs us approximately $1.2 million a year. This addition of $500,000 will allow us to water all of our parks 3 times a year. And of course, this contributes to the tree health, the recreational value, as well as the quality of life and the use of our parks. We are asking for $87,000 for turf renovation equipment for our ball fields and soccer fields. We have 26 ball fields and 17 soccer fields. All of them, as you can imagine, are not in the condition that we would like them to be in. The acquisition of this equipment will assist us in enhancing and upgrading our softball, baseball, and soccer fields for public use, as well as ensuring the safety of the users. This next request is $100,000 for 20 drinking fountain bottle fillers. This will fund the replacement of 20 old leaking drinking fountains in our park system. We're proposing to replace 10 of them immediately in the parks identified there on the screen, and then continue to identify what we know exists, and another 10 drinking fountains and bottle fillers. All right, here we go. So the proposal here is for the priority deferred and preventable maintenance needs, large projects. The first year one, and this falls within the park improvements category of Measure H, is for $8.27 million, and it's broken up into two areas. Deferred maintenance, 6.1, which I kind of referred to in the deferred maintenance presentation, and then the priority preventative maintenance program, 2.17. So I'll go into more detail in a second here about our deferred maintenance details, but the preventative maintenance program will allow us to begin it's a 5-year plan that will have a 3-year life cycle, and it'll allow us to keep up with the preventative maintenance and avoid getting into a situation that we find ourselves today. So the $6.1 million will replace 8 playgrounds at 8 parks, upgrade tennis court lighting at 5 parks, replace the sand volleyball court, do some improvements at Isla Loma, removal of the shade restroom canopies at 4 parks. It contributes to the turf replacement at Mary Grogan, 3 restroom replacements, I think I mentioned that earlier, and then some renovation for Maddox Youth Center. That equals the $6.1 million. The preventative maintenance will include basketball, volleyball court, seal and stripe at 11 parks, tennis courts resurfacing at 5 parks, concrete repairs, tripping and hazards, and ADA issues at 12 parks, upgrade security, park lighting at 4 parks, and then parking lot slurry, seal and striping at the museum and 5 additional parks. That's approximately $2.1 million. And this is what it looks like. So what this slide shows you is these projects identified by size. So you can see the legend on the left-hand side had colored dots coordinated with the value of the project. And then above that is the district identification. So, for example, District 1 has just over $1 million. And you can see in District 1 there's some, I don't know the colors, but some larger slides in the size circles, and then some smaller size circles. And you can see that for all of the districts. And the goal here was really to do what we could in addressing the age and deterioration of equipment and amenities, as well as identify throughout the city where these types of projects existed, so that we could be as address as many across the city as possible. The other thing that's noted on here is you will note in District 2 it has $2.6 million, whereas the others are in the 1 to 1.5, and that's because we're getting that $1.2 million in ARPA funding for the Chavez Park. So it has a little bit extra. It's identified by that yellow dot. All right, how are we going to get all these projects done? By continuing our succession planning efforts in the department and reorganizing right out of the gate our Parks Planning and Development Division. So Parks Planning and Development, as you can imagine, is a very competitive field. They have certifications professional certifications for landscape architecture, and we find ourselves in a position of competing with other agencies. So we did an analysis, we looked at other agencies that we're competing with, and we're proposing the restructuring of this division to both meet that competition and meet what you can see as a very large project workload. So we have 2 project coordinators. Those will be reclassified or are being considered for reclassification to landscape and facilities designers. That'll have 2 levels. We're proposing a new position, associate landscape architect, and this will create a succession planning ladder in this career field. A new supervisory position, senior landscape architect, that'll allow, as I said, continued opportunities for growth. And we are proposing 2 of those, and this is what it will look like. I'm sorry. The total cost of that is $199,853, and you should note that that's the net cost. So the overall cost is more than that, but those expenses will be charged to projects. And this is what the org chart looks like. You can see the planning manager at the top of the structure. That division is supported by an analyst, 2 senior landscape architects with 2 associates underneath, and then landscape facility designers with a 1-2 classification designation for promotional opportunities. I don't know why I keep going backwards. I'm just going to. The next item that we're proposing is a full-time head groundskeeper. You heard me talk a little bit earlier in the deferred maintenance about the deferred maintenance in our ball fields and soccer fields. And we have, of course, Mary Grogan, where we do have a head groundskeeper who works full-time, and you can imagine that field requires a full-time head groundskeeper. This will allow us to have 2, so we can have them stationed at 2 locations, conduct the renovations that need to be conducted, and then initiate the maintenance program that we've talked about. Total cost is just short of $100,000. So earlier this year, in the quick wins for Measure H, you approved 9 new positions in our park operations: a supervisor, 2 mechanics, and 6 maintenance workers. Not included in that were vehicles, and so this proposes that vehicles be acquired. All of our maintenance workers, supervisors, and lead workers have their own vehicle. I stated earlier we have over 1,200 acres of park land throughout the city, as well as 17 miles of trails. Having our staff share a vehicle doesn't allow for the efficiency in terms of covering this territory. So total cost of these vehicles, $622,000. So we are also asking for funding for security for our park sites. You can see the sites located here: King Kennedy, Maddox, Neighborhood Center at Marshall Park, Mansion and Museum, and the Senior Center. Over the years, the security challenges with all of our community centers has increased, and we find ourselves facing continued problems from all sorts of risks associated with homelessness and not homelessness. So the addition of security guards during the open hours will improve our citizens' sense of security. It obviously provides protection and reduce attempted break-ins. So I kind of reviewed this, but in terms of how these adjustments I just requested will impact the community, clearly our deferred and preventative maintenance requests address the park improvements component, and you can see the immediate effects and the long-term effects, and we've talked about those several times in my presentations this morning. Public safety is clearly one of the areas that requesting security addresses as far as Measure H. And then park improvements, having the additional staff will assist us in being able to accomplish the projects we're proposing. And that's it. I don't know why I keep going backwards, but I appreciate your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori. That's approximately about $10.2 million you're asking.
It is $10 million, and we're grateful.
10.2?
10.1.
10.1, and some change, okay.
We should
Any-
have calculators for you guys in the future.
What is it?
You guys are crunchy numbers.
You guys are stealing my thunder. I'm
I
going to
know.
go over it in the recap.
Oh, okay.
That's okay, though.
That's fine. Any other comments?
Yeah, on your proposal earlier, you were asking for 6.1. Am I correct?
So for deferred maintenance, it's 6.1. The preventative maintenance is the
2.170.
That gets the combined of 8.
But yet you still have on your recap that Steve is wanting to, we still in his thunder, 10.130,424.
All of these numbers add up to 10 million. So it's the 100,000 for the security, it's the 199 for the parks planning, it's the 87 for the equipment, it's the 8 point, I don't remember, but, so all of those total 10.1.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
I have a quick question regarding those park renovations at Cesar Chavez and MLK. What is the estimated completion date for those?
Cesar Chavez will be bringing to council, to the Safety and Communities, I think early May, an agreement amendment so that we can have the design is changing somewhat. And so it's still in design. MLK as well, I believe we just awarded that contract. So the expectation is construction will begin next summer.
So we're thinking ballpark 2025, 2026? Ribbon
Not
cutting?
26.
When will we be at the ribbon cutting? Or when do I have to be? 2025, probably? Okay.
Well, I would hope that it is
Good thing you're young.
early 25.
Okay, I've just been asked those questions by my constituents, and I didn't have a date, so
Sure.
I'm going to just guesstimate 2025, summertime, perhaps. Safe to say?
I think it's safe.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Ricky.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say I think that this is a great vision of a future of our park system. I really like where you guys are placing the money. It offers us a pathway to the future in parks, a brighter future where our facilities are being maintained better and they're safer, and we're giving the community what they expect when they go to a park. And so we got a long way to go. This isn't gonna like just fix it instantly, but like this is a start, and I think that's important.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Escudero-Brayton.
Thank you, Lori, for that presentation. I particularly love the fact that your approach is very balanced on the parks of how you're putting them throughout Modesto. You're providing with your colorful one, all the districts it's equitable in the terms, in the amount of funding that you're dedicating to improving those parks in those areas, so that's fantastic. Clarifying question on page 46. You have removal of restroom shade canopies, $120,000. Is that replace or is that removal?
That's removal.
Why is it so expensive?
The removal of the structures?
No, the shade canopies.
So
Are those structures? That's not
Yeah.
just the shading?
No,
with
they're
4 poles?
wood, they're framed, and they have the slats across the top. And so at one point, there was actual a covering over them, and that has been removed. But they have, many years ago, recreation programming. Oh, sorry. Many years ago, recreation programming took place underneath those shade structures, which was one of the purposes for them. Over time, that ended. The roof covering started to deteriorate. Those were removed. We do not do that kind of recreation programming there anymore. So they're framed wood, and they have to be removed. And so $120,000, is that what you?
Yes, that's what you've indicated.
Said it is. Let me just look
It just
here.
sounds like a lot.
But that's several parks though, right?
4.
Yeah, 3, I believe. But I'm trying to find it right here, but
It's
I
4.
don't.
trust me, removal of
Four?
restroom
Is it
shade
four?
can be at 4 parks.
Okay.
Okay, so, and-
I'm not, 120,000 is
That-
probably not that much.
really?
Yeah.
It's 30,000
I
each.
have a cousin that could do it for half. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Oh, my God.
Okay, well.
Fire
it's-
department, go out there and do it for free.
So.
Might be some smoke damage, though.
Deanna's watching us.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
If not more questions. You know what, I'm going to take public comment right now because it's getting 25 minutes till 12, and I don't know how many comments we have in public. So if any of the public has comments from any of the presentations so far today, I will ask you to raise your hand and we'll call on you. Seeing none, any in person? Seeing none, we'll move on to Community Economic Development Department. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you, Chairperson Wright. Okay, Community and Economic Development. So our first proposal for Measure H funding is the addition of 2 code enforcement officers, totaling a little over $150,000. This would bring our code enforcement officers from 4 to 6 to assist with more focused code enforcement efforts, faster response times, and proactive enforcement initiatives. Our next one is for the Rental Housing Safety Program. The Rental Housing Safety Program was approved in 2019 to help maintain the supply of safe, decent, and sound affordable housing, and to ensure that we had sufficient or self-certifications or annual inspections done on those rental units. We anticipate that there are 40,000 rental units within the city of Modesto. What this would do was allow us to have the code enforcement officers, or right here we're proposing consultants, available to do those proactive inspections on those units throughout the city. Our next one is an additional Downtown Streets team. And so Downtown Streets team has been in the city of Modesto since 2019. During their time here, they've assisted 236 homeless individuals, 72 who've been employed, and 101 housed, as well as assisted in removing nearly 2,000 barriers to obtaining housing and employment. We currently have a 50-member team, and this proposal is to expand to another 25-member team who will help support the efforts and blight within our parks. So with the addition of 2 code enforcement officers, what it would do is this shows the average case resolution within days. And so adding these 2 would reduce the average case resolution days by approximately 34% to help with the services that we offer our community. The funding for the Rental Housing Safety Program, again, this is a program that was approved in 2019. This would actually launch the program and ensure that we have those proactive inspections for our multifamily units to ensure that our communities has that safe and secure housing that they do within their rentals. And lastly, the request for the Downtown Streets team would bring an additional 25-member team directly to support park cleanup efforts. An estimated 500,000 pounds of debris and 191 needles are expected to be cleared in the year that this additional funding will help cover. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on these.
Great. Do I have any questions from council members?
Nope.
Nope. Councilmember Alvarez.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. I want to just highlight the great work that you all are doing, and Jessica, that you are spearheading as interim director of economic development. And I want to highlight the rental housing inspection program that is huge in District 2. My constituents have been very vocal about that to me, and I'm very pleased to see this come to fruition. It's good government, and I look forward to more policies like this being passed in the future.
Great, thank you, and I have a great team to help support these efforts as well.
Councilmember Ricky.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilmember Alvarez's points, especially in terms of the way this funding is going to help support good housing, affordable housing, safe housing, improving our ability to deliver more housing. these are critical needs in our community. I still get emails every week from people that can't find an affordable place to live. This problem's not going away, and I love the fact that in this budget we're going to be addressing that. That's amazing. And I also wanted to say that I'm just excited overall on how all the different departments in our city are layering on each other, overlapping services that when they come together are going to really improve situations. Like when you look at our parks, right? You look at how Parks is investing, you look at how the police department brought in chat and brought in rangers, and now I'm seeing Downtown Streets team that's going to be investing in cleaning up blight in our parks also. And that's an example of all of our departments focusing on problems and solving them, and I just appreciate the way you guys are cooperating together.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question on code enforcement. Aren't we moving that to the police department?
So,
Oversee.
following budget adoption, if that's what the council agrees to, yes, these code enforcement officers would bring our total code enforcement officers to 6 and would move to the police department.
Yeah, it just technically hasn't happened yet. That's why you're seeing it underneath CED.
Okay, thank you. And then back on the, my comment on the street teams, I'm glad we're adding another team. My next question would be, how many teams do you think we could add, or how many homeless people that we're helping are out there that if we added 2 more teams on top of this, would we have the manpower to man those teams?
So we do have an upcoming meeting with Downtown Streets team and Megan Clifford, so we can get that information and let you guys know.
Yeah, I think it's a great program. It's really giving people a hands up, and we're seeing a lot of great success with it. I know in my community, a lot of people are really happy to see that we're helping people and really getting them back on the right track. So I would be curious to see, if we had unlimited funding, how many teams that we could put together. I think that would be something that we here at the council would want to see. Thank you for your report. If there's no other questions, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for lunch because I'm sure Bill's probably got about 30 minutes of items to go over on the public works. So we're going to take a break right now. Before I take a break, is there any public comment from this morning and this last presentation? Anybody want to make a public comment? I see no hands. So we're adjourned. We'll meet back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Being 1 o'clock, I call this meeting back to order, and just want to make a announcement that any public comment, please make a note, and after all the presentations before we leave tonight, I'll ask for any public comment. So right now, we'll move on to Public Works. Bill? Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Wright and members of the committee. Bill Sandu, Public Works Director. Let's jump into our first request. So citywide, we have 81,000 street trees and about 50,000 park trees. And on every year, we get about 10,000 service calls a year. So we currently have only one person taking all these calls and one part-timer. So our request is, in order for us to process all the requests more expediently and keep track of everything, we're requesting the part-timer position to reallocate it to full-time admin analyst. So admin office assistant position, so that we can process all those calls that come in and be more effective and more responsive, improve our response time and customer service. The second request is additional tree pruning, trimming crew. As you know, we have 81,000 street trees, and our current pruning cycle is 9 to 10 years, and the industry standard for in order for trees to survive and perform better is 5 to 7 years. So this request is to add 2 additional tree trimmers and 1 maintenance worker to improve our tree trimming and bring our cycle down to more industry standard. Also, this crew will be responsible for other duties, stump removal, and also tree planting, tree preservation, that type of duties also. And with that, one-time request is to add equipment for this crew. That includes tower and the chipper that this crew will need to perform and 2 pickups. Okay, and the second request is also related to forestry. As I mentioned earlier, that we get about 10,000 service calls, and our response time, given our current resources, we made a lot of progress in the last couple of years, but our response time is slow. Sometimes those customers need that service urgently, and so this crew's primary duty will be customer focus, just customer focus. You know, customer makes request, and the crew, we're adding a operations crew leader. The goal is this person is certified arborist. This person goes and evaluates the tree, then assigns and sends the team as needed. So that's why this team is a little bit different. So this is again our customer response team. I call it the critical attack team. Just go, provide the great customer service. And also, not only customer service, but also the liabilities and the damage that the trees are causable. This team will be mainly responsible for reducing and provide the timely response time to our residents and businesses. 1 operations crew leader, 1 tree trimmer crew leader, and 2 tree trimmers is a request for this team. And next request is outside contractor. As I mentioned earlier, 81,000 street trees and 50,000 park trees. This contractor will perform 2-fold duties. Also, if park trees, there is no trimming. Currently, there is no program pruning on park trees. Especially worrisome is some of the community parks. So this contract work will do about 3,000 to 4,000 trees a year. Half of those will be park trees, half of those will be street trees. So that's what the contract work is, about $1.5 million a year. Half of those park trees, half of those will be contract trees. I'm sorry, the street trees. Curb, gutter, and sidewalk. As we discussed under deferred maintenance, we have over 5,000, backlog of over 5,000, which is, I think, about 5,900 to be more exact. And that's a backlog of sidewalk needs to removed and replaced. That's the current backlog. Then we get 200 to 300 annually, the new one. So our estimate at the current contract pricing, $1.8 million will get about 1/10 of this backlog cleared, about 500 of these replaced. And so we also, all our 5,900 locations are prioritized, 1 through 5, 1 being the lowest and the 5 being the worst. So at this point, we have 1,380 locations that are 5. They need to be replaced and moved today. So, and then we have priority 3, 4, which is also, it needs to be replaced as the funding becomes available quickly. It's about 3,500 locations, and the others are also there. So again, we have in our system, this is all in electronic database, and these locations are prioritized 1 through 5. About 1,380 are number 5. And $1.8 million will get about 500 locations done. And we also discussed about our facilities, buildings, coming up with 5 to 10 year plan and priorities. We're proposing a facilities master plan or facilities condition assessment, what we call. So the contractor or consultant will go through all our facilities, and which is about 1.34 million square foot city facilities, and determine, assess the structural equipment like air conditioners and everything else, windows, roofs, everything, and provide us the priorities, that these are the high priorities for 1 through 5, and also a magnitude of estimates also that this is what needs to be done. So this will provide the council 5 to 10 year roadmap for those facility improvements. How will this impact? Tree pruning, our goal is to get to 5 to 7 year cycle. Currently, last year we did about 10,000 trees. Goal is somewhere around 12 to 13,000 trees. We'll say more kind of 13,000 trees to prune. Service calls are pretty much documented also. The goal is, again, it will provide improved customer service and reduce our response time. And broken limbs, you can see that's been going up every year. If the trees are not maintained, not pruned regularly, not within the cycle 5 to 7 years, you'll have more broken limbs and tree failures. Also, years of drought has caused a lot of issues with trees also. See, the broken limbs last year were about 3,800 locations. So again, this is the goal here is properly maintaining street and park trees, and this will provide the pruning cycle that's needed, and also improve our response time and more proactive approach to forestry, including parks, than more reactive approach. So again, tree inspections, service calls, timely response to Go Modesto emails and telephone inquiries will be the benefits to our residents. And curb gutter and sidewalks, here's some statistics that how much we do every year. Again, the goal is here to start attacking the backlog and clear the backlog within as the funding becomes available. Again, the benefit will be quality of life and fixing and maintaining roads and sidewalk, quality of life, ADA improvements, because some of when you have offsets, they don't meet ADA requirements. Also, folks with the strollers having sometimes have the hard time going over the sidewalks, and facilities condition assessment citywide will provide us life cycle analysis for all of our assets and prioritize them and provide next 5 to 10 year roadmap for our infrastructure, for our building. We're happy to answer any questions.
So your ask is totaled at 4.8 million, yes?
That sounds like a correct number.
Okay.
Thank you for your report. Any other comments or questions?
I do,
Councilmember.
Chair. Bill, you had mentioned a priority scale from 1 to 5 for sidewalks, for the remove and replacement. Can you describe what the criteria is for a 1 versus a 5?
The 1 is pretty much that we can grind it, still maintain the proper flow, there's no tripping hazard, and still meets ADA requirements. The 5 is that it's not fixable, anymore. We either have a asphalt patch there, or we ground to the best we could, and it's non-compliant. It's just basically tripping hazard, and so it just needs to be replaced.
Okay, so through an assessment, or is it on a case-by-case, will you determine which ones rank in 5 and which ones rank in 1, and then everything in between?
That is correct. Staff, as the requests come in, staff goes out and assesses the sidewalk, and either there is a action that we could do. For example, in a lot of cases, we do asphalt patching or grinding. So that's how the staff determines that.
But I thought I heard you say, and I probably misheard, but I thought asphalt is being phased out and we're using cement now, moving forward.
That is correct if council approves the request, because the earlier enhancements from Surface Transportation Fund was to add extra concrete team. So that will be doing those 200 to 300 new locations that come in every year. Rather than doing the asphalt, they will remove and replace with concrete.
So on your presentation, you said that we currently have 5,000 sidewalk locations citywide requiring removal and replacing.
That is correct, 5,900.
So are you saying that those 5,000 plus sidewalk locations, this priority scale will be applied, and based on that scale will determine the level of work?
That is correct. So we're bringing you 2 separate improvements, one ongoing, the new ones, separate team, one contract work, which is about 500 locations for $1.8 million, start basically working on their backlog.
Okay, and then you also referenced the ask of the 1.5 million for tree services for an outside contractor. Is this going to follow an RFP process?
This will go through the process as this is, I think, ongoing request. It could be multi-year contract. It will go through the process.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
You almost called me Wilson again, didn't you? On the additional forest crew, what's the percentage of increase of work guesstimation with being able to bring on the forestry crew? Is that going to be a 15, 20% uptick on being able to get services out there, 5%? What do you think?
So I would have to say with all the requests, it's increased in about 30%, because currently we prune about 10,000 trees a year. The goal is to go to 12 to 13,000 trees a year.
30% is a good number.
12,000 to 13,000 a year. That's our goal.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions pertaining to the trees and sidewalks. What's your estimate? How long is it going to take to get us to normal? We're now we've fixed everything in the past. Now we're just maintaining.
So the request we have is $1.8 million. That will get estimated about 500 locations done, but that will still leave 4,500. So it'd be a 10-year cycle.
About 10-year cycle?
10-year cycle.
And then back to the sidewalks, you've got 500 that you really need to get on top of. Some of those sidewalks that we have done work on, and we've got asphalt down instead of concrete. Are those going to be a priority to go back into those and redo those?
That is correct. Those are a part of the 5,000 backlog.
Okay, great. Fantastic. And see what else I want to ask. I think that's all I have. Any other questions from any council members? Is Councilmember Ricky still on? No. Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
So, Information Technology Department.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Wright, Honorable Finance Committee members, Scott Kahn, Chief Information Officer and IT Director for the City of Modesto. The IT department has one Measure H item to share. We will be adding an IT principal for public safety, basically an IT manager and leader specific to the police and fire department. Currently, we have 6 resources that are focused on public safety, 4 of them in our infrastructure division, doing the network, the hardware, the servers, those types of things, and 2 application analysts that are focused on the software utilized by our public safety agencies. They both report to 2 different people. So when public safety needs to come and get a project done, a lot of times it's difficult to know who to ask. We intend to bring those 6 resources underneath this single IT public safety principle and give them leadership and the ability to prioritize and make sure their efforts are being combined and worked on correctly, leveraging the resources in the proper manner. What's the benefit to the community? Multifaceted. This is designed to better support our public safety departments. Okay, as the public safety technology leader, this person is going to make sure that those resources are married and that they are prioritized correctly. I expect this individual to be the driving force behind the program technical management of implementation of our new dispatch center going forward, which will allow our public safety agencies to directly control the dispatch resources to the appropriate calls and calls for service. I also expect this individual to lead the charge in delivering innovation to our real-time crime center and continue its evolution and improvement as a proactive crime prevention and crime-solving tool. This will be the single authoritative technical voice within the IT department that I and my other divisional managers will turn to say, what does public safety want? What does public safety need? And how can we resource it and make that happen? In essence, this has been one of the things 11 months ago when I was hired that was first identified to me by our public safety department heads. And they said this would be a wonderful addition to getting us on the right track and leveraging the resources. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
Looks like your total was 138,000. That one's definitely not on your.
Yep, that would be the fully loaded range for this particular individual, dependent upon their experience level.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sounds good. Good call.
Sounds good. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Measure H, administration support.
Okay, so I said I would be back, and here I am. I'm going to go over the admin support adjustments. So what we did here is we kind of grouped the different administrative support areas and wanted to bring forward the adjustments that would go into those categories. So these are the different departments: city clerk, city manager, finance department, human resources. The adjustments you can see before you, they include some positions, and then some increases for the marketing communications budget in the city manager's office. So we have in the city clerk's office the unfreezing of the deputy city clerk position, the additional marketing communication budget in the city manager's office. In the finance department, we have the restoration of a full-time assistant buyer, the addition of a full-time account clerk position, and then in HR, the addition of a human resource assistant position. So the idea behind this is that with all the additional programs and infrastructure improvements that you have heard today before you from the other departments, there's going to be some additional administrative support need across the organization. So some of these adjustments in this table before you will address some of that. So in the city clerk's office, there's going to be an increased workload from public records requests, some of those other items, purchasing capacity in the finance department. So how will those adjustments impact the community? So in the city clerk's office, pertaining to that adjustment for the additional deputy or the unfreezing of the deputy city clerk position, there's going to be increased volume of work to support those additional programs created by Measure H. The addition of the Measure H Oversight Board is going to draw some additional time from the city clerk position, so there's going to be additional duties that will need to be handled by that deputy city clerk position. Public records requests, additional office duties in that city clerk's office will be handled by that deputy city clerk position. In the Human Resources Department, the addition of that HR assistant will allow for increased customer service support at the public-facing HR counter and via phone. Increase employee engagement and retention, training, development opportunities, all will be handled by this new HR assistant position. In the Finance Department, restoring those positions for the two positions that were added. You know, there's going to be additional audit requirements defined by Measure H. Those positions will provide accuracy and oversight for those in the purchasing area. And then on the customer service side for the additional account clerk, managing timelines, paying vendors, all additional needs through the creation of those programs, paying invoices for the vendors to get the different infrastructure improvements and projects that we're going to be creating through Measure H. So again, kind of a quick overview on those admin support adjustments. The total there, $385,000. Any questions on that before I go to the kind of the recap for the spending plan?
I noticed you had your totals, didn't you? You must be the finance manager.
Yes.
Go ahead, Rose.
Throughout this presentation, it has been proposed a multitude of new personnel, new, what do they call it, RFEs?
FTEs?
FTEs.
Full-time equivalent, yes.
Yes. So, and we've factored in salary for that, but it doesn't stop there. There's benefits and there's a multitude of fiscal impacts to those bodies being hired. How does that impact our fiscal stability?
So all the positions that you've seen here and the cost for that includes the full impact of their salary and benefits. So those are fully loaded.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the numbers we saw were fully loaded
Fully loaded
numbers.
salary and benefits, correct.
I see. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. We can go back to the.
I have a question, but I'm going to wait after you're done.
Okay. Just two more quick slides and then we'll be at the end. So just a spending plan recap. I know Councilmember Williams, you've been checking this slide out. So just again, looking at the overall categories, you can see the spending breakdown. We've seen this slide or that table a couple of times. Again, parks improvements, public safety, the forestry, equipment, sidewalk. You can see the different categories of expenditures totaling up to that $27.1 million. Parks and Recreation, you can see the breakdown on the department side. The number there is a little bit different because in Parks Improvements or in the Parks and Recreation neighborhood, they had a few things that were defined as public safety and some of the other categories. So that's why you see a little bit of difference in the totals for Parks and Recreation and neighborhoods. But we wanted to break down in terms of what departments were spending in terms of this Measure H spending plan. So you can see within each department, Parks and Recreation, Police Department, Public Works, Fire Department, and so on, the breakdown of that $27.1 million that's being proposed in terms of this Measure H spending plan for the new fiscal year. Then the last slide, I do want to say that I've been the budget manager for quite some time here in the city. Since I started, we've been doing reductions. So again, thank you to the citizens for passing this. Now we get to actually show some improvements and growth. So I know I don't have any operations, but I'm really excited for that. I consider myself an honorary member of all the departments here, so I get to enjoy some of that excitement that they're seeing now that they actually get to go and improve the city of Modesto. One of the things we will be doing as we go forward, and thank you to Andrew and his team for creating this logo, the improvements that we go out and do make, if we get this spending plan approved by council, we will be putting this logo out there to show that there's your Measure H funds being put to work. So citizens will be seeing this as improvements are made throughout the parks. We'll put it on everything that we can. I don't know how we can put it on a curb, but maybe we will. So
We stamp it.
exactly. So we'll stamp it out there to show that these improvements are funded by Measure H every which way we can, just to show that the citizens that these funds are being put to use. And again, we will have the Measure H Oversight Board auditing this in the future, so that's something that will be coming up in the new fiscal year as well.
Thank you, Steve. I think one of the things we have to remember, and our public needs to remember, this is in addition to our normal spending that we already have in place.
Correct.
So this is not our total spending for these areas. This is a addition to all of our different programs that were out there on a regular basis. So this was going to really give us a head start on getting on top of a lot of our deferred maintenance and parks and trees and public safety and everything that in the past have got pushed aside. So this is fantastic. Any other comments from any staff members or any council members? No? Yes.
Yeah, just real briefly, so this spending plan, if approved, will form the basis for the oversight committee. As I've stated a few times, we really wanted to make sure we separated out what was our normal budget versus what Measure H spending. The oversight committee will really be monitoring that we're spending it in accordance with the way we said we spend it. I feel very comfortable and confident that we've met that target with the recommendations that are here before you today. We hope to have the oversight committee in place probably by the end of May, maybe early June, and then we'll hold our first meeting soon thereafter where we'll go through the spending plan. The job of the oversight committee is really just to see whether or not we are spending it in accordance with what we said we were going to spend, and then they will be able to look at our financials that track back to the various spending plans that have been proposed.
So, City Manager, are we expecting that committee will meet probably once a quarter, semi-annually? Or?
Yeah, I anticipate them to meet more frequently early. Like maybe in a few years, it'll lessen how many meetings that they need to have. But initially, there's going to be a lot of education that will take place, a lot of reviewing of how our budget works. You guys got a dose of some of our lingo and jargon today. We'll have to educate them on that. So I would anticipate much more frequent meetings early on, just so they can go over what our actuals to date are.
Councilmember Scooter-Break.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Joe, for that that information. That's very informative. In regards to the this recap of our spending plan, this is for fiscal year 23-24?
Correct.
Okay. And it is estimated in this fiscal year 23-24, what is the estimated annual revenue that Measure H is likely to bring in?
For the fiscal year for 23-24, it's 41.8 million.
So if it's estimated that Measure H will bring in 41 million and change, we're proposing the spending of 27 and change of it. What will happen to the rest, the remainder?
So if you remember, we had, and we'll go over it again when we kind of recap everything, but we had I can't remember which presentation it was, but we showed the chart where we were talking about kind of Measure H. I think it was actually in this presentation at the beginning. What would be left over at the end? So we talked about there would be that $14.1 million, and that takes into account the $10 million. I think it's go down a little bit, Scotty. Wow, one more. Well, yes.
Of course, it would be that chart.
Yes.
But that was complicated for
yes.
me.
So there's the initial quarter of Measure H revenue that we're going to be receiving this year. So the sales tax started in April. So from April to June of this fiscal year in 2023, we're going to receive an estimated $10 million. Mm-hmm. Council approved an initial spending plan in February that we were obligated $4.48 million of that $10 million. Okay? So that reduced the $10 million down to $5.52 million on that chart. So that line 3. So let's stop there. We have $5.52 million
Without
left.
Numbers, can you tell me what's going to happen to that leftover money?
That just rolls out. Let's just say that's fund balance for Measure H.
So there will be a remaining balance?
Yes.
And it rolls over?
Yes.
Okay.
So that 5.52
I understand
rollover.
that.
Yep.
And it's part of our strategy too. So we know, there's only so much work we can do this year.
Sure,
Right?
of
We only
course.
have so much staff, so much resources. Even with the positions we have, it's gonna take us time to hire these positions. And so as we've talked about multiple times, more one-time upfront and ongoing later. Well, our one-time needs aren't gonna go away when we start allocating less one-time funds in the future. These funds will be set aside for future ongoing deferred maintenance costs, preventative maintenance costs. So we're building up our reserves in a way for
Yeah.
those additional expenditures later on.
Well, that's a very fiscally conservative plan, very good plan. Thank you. Spending plan recap as well. Of these spending line items, how can we identify what is one-time expenditure and what is ongoing?
So if we go up one more slide to slide 6. So up here in the top chart, the top table, if you look at the Measure H spending plan section, you can see what's one time and what's ongoing. What I'll do for when we bring this back to council, because I've already thought about it, because that question has come up. One of the exhibits for the proposed budget, if committee decides to take this forward and bring it forward to council or move it forward to council for approval, one of the exhibits I'll prepare is a exhibit that shows the Measure H spending plan, all of the adjustments that are part of it, so you'll have all the detail, and it will say what's ongoing and what's one time.
Beautiful.
So you'll have that exhibit, we'll bring that forward as part of the proposed budget.
Okay.
And I think just kind of very simply, right now, if you look at those two ongoing lines, you have the 3.2 million and you have the $8.3 million. So we have only allocated 11.5 million of ongoing expenses to date, and we're bringing in $41.8 million in revenue. So we've only allocated $11.8 million that will be ongoing into the future. So that means next year, we'll have the $11 million that's already done, and then we'll be able to add more ongoing costs. And we're gonna do that slowly over time, particularly in the public safety arena, as we're able to fill police officer positions.
Great. Fantastic. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, I'd like to thank our city manager for always continually making sure that the public understands that we are going to be true and true when it comes to the spending of Measure H. In every meeting that I can think of, he has always emphasized that this is what we're going to do because this is what they asked for. So I truly want to say thank you to the city manager for always keeping that on the forefront. And I think this was a great workshop. And to our employees, particularly the department heads and their team, outstanding. I know that I do a whole bunch of things. However, when I see what you all have put together, I just wonder how you even get some sleep. So thank you for all that you all do to make this a beautiful presentation, and also with clarity, compassion for our city, and in the right frame of mind and in the right spirit. So thank you to all of the department heads, and of course those who work underneath you. And Chairperson Wright, thank you for guiding us, and I'm sure we're getting ready to close out here pretty soon.
No, we got.
Oh, I guess not.
You're we're not ready to close yet.
Almost.
Almost,
So, yeah.
all right.
So, you know what, I'm going to open it up right now to public comment, since we're pretty well done with all the presentations. I know we have a few more things to do. So I see one hand. Jenny?
You cannot get rid of me. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. You can't get rid of me. I run out of time that I can run there, but I'm still listening. Now, I have 4 quick questions. They may have been answered. I didn't realize I could write them down and call. So, for Brian Gillespie, how many motorcycle policemen will we guarantee you so we can get to better traffic control?
That's one. What's your second?
Okay, that's one. The next one is for Lori Smith. Was any money put aside for the McHenry Museum? We have really neglected that, and I think that's really important because it's the archives of Modesto, the city of Modesto. Another one is for Bill Sandu. I don't know if he mentioned this. Is the high voltage completed? And if not, how much is left? And then in the city clerk's office, I'm so glad that we hired someone else, but we also need to get the archives and all the written stuff into a better location and on something other than paper. And I just want to say that I am so thrilled that the city of Modesto had the courage to pass Measure H. This is the first time I can remember that we have money to put aside for deferred maintenance. We have not had that for years, I think even going back to 2008. The whole time I've ever been associated with the city council and the budget, we've never had that much to put aside, and that's why we have so much deferred maintenance out there. The streets, the sidewalks, the trees, the parks, So anyhow, thank you guys. Wonderful job. I really enjoyed this and hope I'm not putting a lot of pressure by asking these questions. And it was a great workshop, and I enjoyed being part of it.
Thank you, Jenny. Police chief? Let's start with the motorcycles.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, and great to hear from you, former Councilwoman Kenoyer. We currently have 4 traffic officers and 1 sergeant assigned to our traffic safety unit. My goal is, as soon as we can shore up our patrol and hire more officers, is to hopefully this coming fiscal year to at least double that to 8 traffic officers. But in reality, where we're working to go is towards where we were back in 2007, where we were nearly 20 officers assigned to our traffic safety unit. So that's the direction that I want to go, but the short-term goal is to double our traffic unit officers from 4 to 8.
Thank you. Lori?
Thank you, Chair Wright. Good afternoon, Jenny. Your question was regarding whether or not we had requested any Measure H funds for the mansion and museum. Not specifically, but we are partnering with Public Works and their building facility assessment. Those 2 structures will be part of that, and we expect there will be some improvements in deferred maintenance projects as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Thank you for that question, Jenny. So some good news. I know this was one of your favorite projects, high voltage circuits. We completely agreed with you. We started with 735 high voltage lights, and so far we have converted 555, 180 to go. So I'm hoping by sometime next year we will have all of our high voltage circuit completed, converted into regular voltage and LED. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, and who was the 4th?
That was me, City Clerk.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good afternoon, Jenny. Thank you for your question. So City Clerk's office is working on scanning some of our legislative records. We've scanned, I believe, resolutions back to 1911. Those are posted online for the public. We're slowly working our way back to 1884. So as soon as those get scanned, we'll put them on the internet. In addition to that, we have a plan. We have 179 rolls of microfilm that we plan to digitize and index and make those available to the public online as well.
You said 1884?
1884.
All right. Yes, I think that's it. For any other public comment before we move on? Seeing no other hands. Steve, go ahead.
Okay, we will move on to the next presentation. There were some report back items that were asked for during the workshops, so we will start with those. I will kick it off. We had the question of how many funds does the city have. So you'll remember this chart during the overview presentation that showed the operating funds for the expenditure budgets and a list of the funds that we have. Some of them are consolidated together. This chart represents the 84 funds, counting the Measure H fund. That will be a new fund going into the new fiscal year. I just want to note that those are the 84 expenditure funds that we have, but there are 107 city funds. The reason that there are 107, only 84 on the expenditure side, there are some revenue funds that are just only housing revenues. So,
Okay.
how many CFD funds do we have? There are 21 different CFD funds.
Thank you.
And then I will turn it over to police.
All right. And we're just following up on the question about how much the police department spends in fuel costs. And so the upcoming fiscal year, the fleet billing for us will be $667,217 in fuel costs for the police department, which equates to less than 1% of our budget. And I think even the current fiscal year so far, I think we were well over $500,000 in charges so far.
I'm surprised. I was thinking it would be a lot more than what it is, so.
Yeah, right. And definitely, we're in the driving business, right? It's what we do all day. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Bill?
I will go next. The question was an update on bulky item pickup program. This is a brand new program implemented, went into effect March of this year. First month, there were, I believe, a couple of appointments. So for this month, which is second month, there are already 3 bulky item pickup appointments. So this staff's done good job going door to door, door hangers, education, and we keep working on it. And it seems like each dumping or illegal dumping we can avoid on our streets. It's good for the city and saves to the city. And also, here are the expenditures. A lot of it, as you can see, it was $180,000 from ARPA funding. A lot of these expenditures went towards education of this program, and also education on illegal dumping, how to avoid that. And so $180,000, and so some of that money went to haulers for disposal and pickup. So just additional information on the same question, the program details, and $180,000 expenditure. You can see towards the end, $80,000 is towards disposal. The items get picked up and they need to be disposed. So that's and some of the brochures that we both in English and Spanish. And so another question was on drop-off event, effectiveness of that event, and that event was very, very effective. And during the last event, we collected 44.65 tons of that all the materials, including mattress and bulky item, trash, e-waste, and tires, 44.6 tons. That is a lot of material we collected, and the good news is this event was fully funded by Caltrans, by the state, and we provided all of the coordination and staff time at our own cost. So it's been a very, very effective event, and the data shows after event, illegal dumping goes down.
Great.
All right, so some information about that same event, the brochures and things like that, the education part. And another question was on the fuel contracts terms. You can see Vendopol, they provide us a renewable diesel for buses, transit buses. Their agreement was signed in 2020. February of 2020. It was this 5-year agreement for renewable diesel, and the facility, bus maintenance facility, has 2 12,000-gallon tanks that we use for diesel. And there are some smaller tanks that we use. For example, compost facility and some of those remote facilities have smaller tanks for their off-road equipment, and and majority of our fuel for vehicles, pickups, and trucks you see on the roads comes from contract with Boyd. So they are provided fuel card. Each vehicle is provided fuel card, and that's how they go to different Boyd sites and other sites, and that's how they get fueled. And their agreement, which is also at the very discounted rate, most of our agreements are at their bulk cost plus few cents. I believe in this case they're 9 cents per gallon. So they're very, very effective agreements, and their agreement was signed March 2020 and is good for 5 years, can be extended for additional 2 years. That is our fuel. I think that's all questions for Public Works.
I have a follow-up question. I noticed that your users are assigned a PIN number if they go in and fill up their truck and stuff. How do we monitor that, or how do we do an audit on that to make sure that make sure it's not being misused?
That's a great question, Council Member, and this is actively monitored. So not only the PIN number they will need to fuel at the pump, they also need the vehicle mileage. So they read the meter there and enter the vehicle mileage.
Okay.
So that data gets transmitted to fleet, which they monitor it. Okay, this vehicle was driven 100 miles. How can it utilize 50 gallons, right? So those are actively monitored, and we get all that data.
Fantastic. Okay. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christina.
Good afternoon. The question that was posed for HR was, how many vacancies do we have currently? And so before you, you see our total positions. So these are our total allocations that we have is 1,311. Out of those 1,311 allocations, we have 162 current vacancies. It's about 12.4%. I do want to make the additional comment, though, that 23 of these vacancies are actually newly created positions. These were brought forward with the quick wins just recently, and so we're actively recruiting for those right now. And you can see by the chart the total number of positions per department and the total number of vacancies for each of those departments.
Great.
Additionally, I brought another chart that just gives you an idea of what those general fund vacancies look like. So these are the vacancies that are just general fund. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm good. Any questions for any council members? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Wright, Finance Committee. So the question that we're answering is, how can we provide a 5-year history of the Water and Wastewater Fund? And this is what we have in terms of the reserve level. So you've seen with rate increases, you can see that we have gradually increased our reserve amounts in the water and wastewater funds. However, I will also say that these funds are used to pay for our capital improvement projects. Because we're not financing any projects, we are cash funding from reserves to pay for our capital improvement projects.
And what's the total on the water fund? How much we have budgeted for this coming year for capital improvement? About 30 million?
About 30 million. Our capital improvement program does range year to year depending on the size and complexity of projects, but we see anywhere from projects from anywhere from $20 to $30 million a year.
Okay, and then on the wastewater?
Similarly.
Similar?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then I was, following this, we were asked to, for the same 5 years, can we provide a list of projects that were completed with water and wastewater funds. So this only goes from 2017 to 2022. You have 27 projects in water worth $65.1 million. And then on the right, you have the wastewater funded projects, which is 21 projects at a value of $107.2 million.
Wow.
So this chart doesn't really help a little bit, because what we do is when we consider a completed project is when council accepts the construction project as complete. So as you can see in 18-19, we accepted $65 million worth of projects, but in the following year, 2019-2020, there were no construction projects accepted. A lot of that has to do with a lot of projects were still in construction. What's not shown on this chart is there are 2 projects in water and in wastewater that were accepted by council in the fiscal years 22-23 of $11.9 million in water and $3.2 million in wastewater. And then also doesn't reflect the amount of projects that we have in construction right now, which is 9 projects in water worth $33.3 million and 12 projects in wastewater worth $88.3 million.
And Will, do you have a ceiling on the reserves?
Yeah, the city financial policy is to keep a minimum of 25% in reserves. However, for utilities is roughly about, you try to want to keep about 6 months to 1 year of operating costs in reserve. And that's to make sure that you're able to meet any type of emergencies that do pop up.
And what would those numbers look like?
For water, it's about 60 million, roughly about 55 to 60 million. And I think wastewater is roughly about 40 million.
So we have quite a bit more than, we're up there.
Right, we're up there, but it's also to make sure that we maintain good financial policies, and then we also have a pretty good bond rating because in case of emergencies, and that we need to fund any projects.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And who's next? Jessica.
Okay, so I came to give kind of the overview of development user fees as well as the specific questions regarding building permit fees. So a little bit of overview of the development user fee. It's a fee related directly to a project paid for the developer or builder to cover the cost of service, and it's housed in the general fund. So little history. In 2003, they conducted a development user fee study, and they accepted 100% cost recovery for most services. In 2011, we had the fees task force that maintained subsidies for some of the fees, and those are currently subsidized, and they modeled that in 2019 as well. So overall, the cost of a building permit for a single family home averages about $45,000. Of that, $28,000 are city fees, and then the remaining fees that are just below $17,000 are from other jurisdictions. The fees that would be accepted or would be updated by this increase would be a total of the $23,792, or the fees highlighted up there, which would result in a $1,843 change. And again, this is just for a single family home. Whoops.
Mine isn't highlighted.
I think it's the
Next
next page. So I had 2 pages of the tables.
This
Yeah, no, that's okay. We also wanted to show that kind of in a pie chart as well. So as you see, those that are highlighted are the ones that would be updated. Again, the 12% of the fees are the development user fees itself, the 38% is CFF, and then the rest of those fees, which are 50%, will not be affected. In comparisons, in 2018, when we did have the comprehensive fees task force, we reviewed 9 comparable cities, and Modesto ranked 4th out of the 9. And then what we did is we reached out to other jurisdictions surrounding Modesto to see what type of inflationary index they had in place for their development user fees. In regards to the cost recovery for land development engineering, 23 of the 33 fee categories are not at full cost recovery. So again, approximately a 61 to 85% cost recovery range. And some examples of those are encroachment permits, wall permits, and then LDE itself as a division requires a general fund subsidy, which is just under $600,000 to support these activities for the next fiscal year. In regards to building permits itself, the general fund subsidizes maintenance projects that include the HVAC installation, some plumbing, electrical, water heaters, etc. So some of the smaller building permits are the ones that are actually subsidized. And then lastly, the current number of building permits that are in the review right now are 325, and then we broke them down by the type of permit as well.
Great, fantastic. When you talk about an 8 or 9% increase, that seems like a lot, but when you look at the actual fees, it's only going up, from $45,000, only going up $1,800 because a lot of those fees have remained the same, or they're school bond fees or county fees or whatever that it's not reflected. So I think that's important to really get that in our brains to realize it's not going, the 45,000 is not going up 9 or 8%. It's only a fraction of those. So, and I should know because I served on both of those fees tasks, 2011 and 2019. I was on both of those committees. So that was important to keep the fees current so that we don't have a situation like we had back in 2011. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Hello again. Lori Smith, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods. There were several questions related to the fees, deposits, and usage of the mansion and museum, so I'm here to try to respond to those. What you see on the screen above you is an example of rental rates for both the mansion and museum. So for the mansion, you can rent the first floor of the mansion, the basement, and the garden with a 5-hour minimum for $1,034, and each half hour after that is $97. The deposit that's required is 1/2 of the full rental amount, not less than $100. For the museum, you can rent the auditorium. There's a 2-hour minimum. It's $250, and then each half hour is $39. The main floor, the auditorium is in the basement. The main floor is a 4-hour minimum, $800, and each half hour is $131. Same in terms of the deposit. And regarding the deposit, as I said previously, half of the deposit is half of the rental amount. Half of that will be retained if our staff determines that damage has been caused to the facility, or if there's an excessive cleanup, and this is of course determined after the walkthrough when the event is over. We do have some other fees, an administrative fee if you do make a change to your rental contract. I don't have a date on that, but I know it's after the reservation has been made. It's a considerable period of time has gone by. We also charge an administrative fee if we're processing the securing of your insurance for your event. And regarding insurance, the price for that ranges determined on the number of attendees, anywhere from $87 to $358. And if you're serving alcohol, there is a $63 fee. So this is what it looks like in terms of the last 5 years of events at this is the mansion. So you can see in 1819, we had 164 events. 1920, it dropped to 86. And you'll recall that we shut down in March. So you can see that a significant portion of our events take place after March, and that's February through June. In spite of COVID, we managed to have 9 events in 2021, and those were held, of course, outside in the garden. 21, 22 started to see recovering, and then the current fiscal year is through February, and so the expectation is we'll be exceeding and hopefully reaching our 18-19 results. This is the museum. Doesn't have the same level of rentals, but you can still see it follows the same pattern. Although there's no outdoor venue at the museum, so there was actually no events in 2021, and we're starting to see some recovery, but there's some work that can be done to increase those.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
That's the first round.
Yeah. Is that a part of stealing my thunder?
Name tag.
Is that a thunder
You're all nervous, huh, Steve?
No, that's why they don't give me a name tag ever, because I drop it.
Is he like that at home, Deanna?
She's not in here, I don't think.
All right. Just eager to wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are now on to the last presentation, where we will recap everything and go on to staff recommendations. So again, a lot of information this week, the last 3 days. But we just want to kind of go over a brief recap. Starting with, again, the overall budget for the city, the operating expenditure budget, $525.9 million. You can see the breakdown of all the funds that we have. Again, major focus on the general fund with a little breakout chart there, or table showing the revenues, overall revenues, $178.1 million. You can see the taxes that we bring in, sales tax, user utility tax, property tax, the fees, so franchise fees, construction revenues, all the departmental revenues, our transfers in. And then on the expenditure side, so a total expenditure budget of $184.3 million. You can see there we have a surplus, or excuse me, a deficit of $6.17 million. So again, that surplus, the idea behind that is that's being covered by some of the Measure H funds. We talked about our proposed non-Measure H adjustments. Again, the breakdown between the general fund side, some positions being added, some program improvements for totals of 5 new positions for $473,000. Again, that's added to the general fund side of things, non-Measure H. And then we had some non-general fund adjustments as well for the non-Measure H side. So those being paid for by the funds noted there. Across Water Fund, Central Stores, Center Plaza. And those were all presented during the department's budgets. We talked about a recommended change to our general fund unassigned reserve carryover policy. So our current policy is the 1/3 policy, where 1/3 goes to emergency reserves, 1/3 goes to the pension trust, 1/3 goes to deferred maintenance. The new policy would switch that to a 1/4 policy, with the new quarter of that going to the innovation fund. Again, the idea behind that is the innovation fund could be used for the council to decide to bring in maybe more economic opportunities for the city, just things that bring Modesto more opportunities to bring it forward into the future, just things to improve Modesto. So that's what the idea behind that innovation fund would be in the splitting of the unassigned reserves carryover at the end of the year, at the end of a fiscal year. Some of the proposed reserve allocations. So this is some new information. We're looking at the unassigned fund balance is $9.9 million. That's what we currently have in unassigned fund balance. So we haven't done anything with our unassigned fund balances just because of the pandemic. We didn't really know what the nature of our deficit would be in those pandemic years. So we didn't assign that fund balance. So it's left unassigned of $9.9 million. We had additional carryover that we're estimating at the end of this fiscal year. Right now, we're estimating it about $4 million. So that would be added to that amount. So we're projecting an unassigned fund balance of $14 million. What we're proposing is that we would move $4.7 million into the emergency reserves. So right now, our emergency reserves sit at $18.4 million. The idea behind this is that that would get us closer to that GFOA recommended level. So if you remember, we talked about it briefly. The GFOA recommends that we have 2 months of our regular general fund expenditures, operating expenditures, and reserves. For the city, right now, that's about $26.4 million. So even moving this $4.7 million into the emergency reserves, we'd still be a little bit short. That would bring us to $23.1 million, but we're a lot closer than we've ever been before. So this would be a good move for the city to do that if the council decides that. So if we take that off the $14 million, that leaves us $9.3 million. We would recommend leaving about $2 million in unassigned. That would just leave the council some flexibility to have $2 million in an unassigned fund balance for if a situation came up where they wanted to appropriate some fund balance for a program or things like that. You wouldn't have to make the move to assign it from emergency reserves. It's in a category of unassigned. That would leave a remaining amount of $7.3 million, where we could then do the policy of moving those into the pension trust, deferred maintenance, and that innovation fund. So that puts a healthy amount into the pension trust. Right now, I think if you remember, and Christina gave the presentation about our pension, in the pension trust, we currently have about $2.5 million. So this would add an additional $2.1 million into our pension trust. We started out with an initial $2.3 million that was deposited from all funds. The general fund contributed, I think, $1 million. And then we've contributed $500,000 annually to that since then. And that was established in, I think, January of 2022. So again, establishing more funds to the pension trust. We'd put some money into the deferred maintenance, $2.1 million. And then really kicking off that innovation fund with that $2.1 million. That will leave a remaining $1 million. This could be put towards an additional payment to CalPERS to, again, smooth out that obligation that we're seeing in that chart that Christina had about the pension costs rising in the future. So this is a proposed reserve allocation plan. I think the city manager wants to add something.
Yeah, sorry, Steve.
That's
to
right.
break it. I want to make sure I note, I understand that this doesn't exactly follow with the financial policy that we are recommending with a quarter of everything going to the different funds, but we felt like we have a higher unassigned fund balance than we normally would in typical years. And we really wanted to make an attempt to get closer to that 2 month of the GFOA. That's where you're seeing the additional dollars to the emergency reserves. And if there are additional funds later, we would be making that recommendation to continue to fund the emergency reserves. And then the additional discretionary payment to CalPERS, we will be able to leverage that money with our non-general fund funds as well to make an even larger payment to CalPERS, because we feel like that still continues to be a drain on our city's budget, and making those additional discretionary payments helps draw us down the interest, which lowers our payments in the future. So while I just want to recognize that this doesn't follow with the policy that we're recommending, but I wanted you to hear the reasons why we're making those recommendations. It's just good financial policy.
Councilmember Williams, you have a question?
And this is absolutely no Measure H money.
No, this is no Measure H money. This is existing general fund balance.
Just wanted to make sure the public knew that. Thank you.
Great.
So we talked about the Measure H spending plan. You've seen these charts and tables before. Again, this is focusing on the new allocation of the $27.1 million that we've discussed in new Measure H spending plan funds as presented to you throughout this process and in the special presentation. One of the other things I think that Councilmember Scudia-Brayton brought forward or asked about was, can we get a kind of an overview of the position allocation changes in this draft proposed budget? So I did want to bring that forward. This is a summary of the non-Measure H positions. This is all of them. So in the non-Measure H side of things, there's 10.75 positions for a total of $556,000. And then just so you can see on the Measure H side of things, what's being proposed, there are 54 new positions for about $5 million in funding.
Great.
So some of the other things too, you'll remember we had some special presentations on the engineering, or we had an organizational structure changes presentation where Christina talked about the new engineering division. There was an MPU moving to the police department, and then there were some classification changes. Some additional position allocation changes as part of that were in the engineering division. There'll be the creation of an engineering director, an executive assistant, and an AOA 3 in that. So those are 3 additional positions. There was also the equipment, hardware, software maintenance presentation, and then the American Rescue Plan Act presentation where we talked about the reallocation of some ARPA funds to new programs. So I want to mention those because those will come back when we talk about the staff recommendations. Before I move on to that, I know we've had a long week, so I do want to thank all of the committee members, the council members for your attention, your very good questions that you asked during this entire time. I want to thank the mayor and the city manager, especially for all the hard work that they did on the budget and building this budget. I got to thank the department directors and all of their staff for all of the hard work and for putting up with me during the budget process. And I have to thank my staff the most, because without them, this would not get done. I know I stand up here as a figurehead, but I got to thank Marvin Chan for all the work he did, Casey Culbertson especially for all the hard work and hours she has put in, because I am, again, just the figurehead, the pretty face, but they do all the hard work.
Well,
The rugged, old, handsome face. But again, thank you to all of them for all the hard work that they put in. Very much appreciated, because again, this would not get done without all of their hard work.
Thank you. You know, I want to thank staff also. This is my second year to chair this particular finance committee and the budget, and every year it's the light comes on a little bit brighter every year when we go through this, because it's a lot of stuff sound familiar. Presentations were excellent. It really gives us some good information on what's being done. I've always said this, we have great staff, especially our management staff and every department head. You guys are doing, in my opinion, an awesome job. You're very attentive to this council. When we ask questions or want answers, you're always getting back to us. And we feel that, or I feel that you really love this city and you want nothing but the best for the city. So it's a pleasure for me, and I know other members feel this, to serve on this council with this leaders that we have in our city. And I'm just, don't you think about leaving and going anywhere else.
That's right.
Because we'll be out the door and we'll have you chained to your desk. We're not going to let you leave. So anyway, City Manager, you have any comments?
Yeah, I was just going to echo the words of Steve, but I will give Steve a lot of credit. He's working tirelessly to put this budget together. This was unlike any other budget year. You know, usually we have to make tough decisions, but to actually turn this corner and be able to start allocating funds to be able to really improve and strengthen this community it was a challenge, but it was also very, very exciting. I know our departments are up to the task. All of their staff for all the hard work that they put into putting this budget together. It was a lot of hours. There was a lot of agreements and disagreements, but I think at the end of the day, we put together a plan that's really going to move this community forward. I'd also like to thank you, Chairman Wright, and members of the committee and the council who attended this. It was a lot of information to absorb, but I think these were some of the best workshops that I've had in my 6 years of being the city manager. I just appreciate everyone's time, the thoughtful questions, and the collaboration that we've all had in the development of this budget. Thank you.
You're not going to talk about how handsome you are either? Okay.
If I may just, everything has been said, so I won't repeat the accolades, but it has been, job well done, everyone, from the top to the bottom. It's been so impressive. The level of detail and hard work and the midnight oil that has been burnt so that you could present this data to us, it's exceptional, and thank you. I can't, the words have been said, so again, thank you for a job well done. Exemplary.
Okay, I'll open up to the public. Is there any public final comments before we move on for the motions? Seeing no hands, any public in chamber? Seeing none here. So we have 6 motions in front of us. So do we do these one at a time, or can we do them all individually?
And do we read them?
Okay. Will City Clerk please read motion number 1?
Motion number 1, motion accepting and forwarding onto council the final review and adoption, the draft proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 operating and multi-year budget for the city of Modesto.
Motion.
Second.
And I just note that includes the Measure H spending plan as well.
I have a first and a second. Call the roll, please.
Alternate Committee Member Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Motion number 2.
Motion number 2, motion accepting the city's pandemic recovery strategy, Modesto Forward, for the reallocation of the American Rescue Plan funds and authorizing the city manager or his designee to carry out the necessary steps to implement the programs and funding allocation.
Motion. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Alternate Committee Member Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Aye. Motion number 3, please.
Motion number 3, motion accepting the changes to the city's financial policies as it relates to the general fund, unassigned reserves, carryover at fiscal year end, and forwarding to council for approval.
A motion, please.
We're alternating here.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Second.
Roll call, please.
Alternate Member Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Aye. Motion number 4, please.
Motion accepting the payment of various equipment maintenance agreements for fiscal year 2023, 2024 with multiple equipment manufacturers for all city departments for an annual cost not to exceed $896,155 and forwarding to council for approval.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Alternate Member
Aye.
Williams.
Oh, aye.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Aye. Motion number 5, please.
Motion approving payment of various software hardware maintenance agreements for fiscal year 2023, 2024 with multiple vendors for all city departments for an annual cost not to exceed $6,435,813 and forwarding to council for approval.
A motion
So-
to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Alternate Committee Member Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Yeah, who was the second?
I
I thought you made the
motion,
motion. Right,
and then-
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And number 6.
Motion approving the changes related to the reorganizations as specified during the budget workshops and forwarding to council for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Alternate Member Williams.
Aye.
Vice Chair Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
And Chairperson Wright.
Aye. Motion approves 3-0. This concludes our finance meeting. Everybody have a great day.
All right.